Test, test, test. Test. How's it sound? Sound okay? Test. Testing. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Okay, good. Thanks. Good morning, traders. Everybody coming in. Just getting a few other things set up here. And then we'll go through the sectors, look at some charts. If anybody want to look at any specific tickers, and then we'll kind of go through our trade yesterday we had in the SPY on the short side, and then we'll look to see kind of what the morning landscape looks like this morning. So. Welcome everybody coming in. This Heartpumper coming to you from Closing Print. CV's taking care of some more business this morning, so I'm here to fill in, try to steer the boat away from all the icebergs from yesterday, and we'll see what happens today. So. Give everybody a couple more minutes. We'll start about 9 o'clock. Go through a few things. Any specific tickers anybody wants to discuss, just throw them in the chat there, and we'll go over them after I get done with a quick little sector review. Snap. Yep, we'll cover that one, Jonathan. Sounds good. Make myself a little list here. We'll look at that one. I know, Ryan. I want to play some background music, but every time I do, YouTube gives me a little warning about the stream health. So, BA, yep, we'll go through that one. So I probably could just put my Alexa on, and it'd probably be fine, but all right. A few people in here. I'm sure some more will join when everybody gets in. But so the first thing I want to go through is go through the futures. Okay, so obviously we're kind of building this flag into this area from kind of this breakdown. Okay, that's what I'm watching. So we popped up to that area roughly this morning around 6 o'clock. So yeah, Corey, we'll definitely go over that. I know a lot of people have been asking that, so that was a good, we went step by step for that. So we'll go over that again real quick. So basically what I'm looking at is this kind of trend line here, okay, and then kind of building this flag profile. The thing is, it's a lower flag profile, you know, after this kind of breakdown move. So the previous trend, if you're looking on a shorter term time frame, you know, the logical thought process is this continues the previous trend until something changes. All right, but then if you back out on a 60-minute time frame, okay, so then yeah, we're kind of building this flag wedge here, whatever you want to call it, like this. Okay, so for this to change and possibly not break down, we need to have this go up here and then kind of flatten out and then give us a little bit longer kind of box looking base and then start moving back. So if you see, as you go up one time frame, this is the previous area that price reacted multiple times. Okay, so this is kind of our point, AOI, area of interest, or point today that we want to watch. Okay, so the 3485. Sorry, excuse me, 3485 area. That's definitely where I'd be watching overhead and anticipate reaction. Do we move through this? Do we tap it 3 or 4 times? So the ideal scenario, if you want to go higher, the previous drop here probably didn't have a lot of trades, okay, because this was just a liquidation break. Okay, if you study Jim Dalton's profile, which I think a couple of people posted in the room, which I've studied before, all this was a liquidation break. Okay, so all this is doing in prices is just hitting all these stops quickly that are out there already pre-programmed, traders or algos or whatever. So once this stop run starts happening, it's just like a domino effect. You started on one end and then it just, you know, kind of collapses all the way to the end until we hit a point of exhaustion, okay, which is what we did yesterday. Well, the point of exhaustion was just above previous breakout on the daily, okay, which is roughly around 3,400, okay, so we're about 20 points above that, okay, but also it was a previous area here where we had some consolidation. So I had marked this area in the morning here, this area, and then this area, but we just plopped right through it. But the thing is, usually what happens with prices, it'll overshoot because that's the way everything's programmed, okay. They'll hit an exhaustion point and then you'll have a snapback, okay, and that's what we're getting right now is this snapback up to the previous breakdown area. So what happens from here, nobody knows, but what we will watch is this overhead area here and this flag forming here. So as of now, this flag would lead me to think that there's a possibility that we liquidation a little bit further down, or even just test this low here and then build kind of a lower profile base here. Now that could all change and we could just rip right back up through this, and if we do that, then we need to see price hold above this 3480 area. Okay, so you'd need to see price chop around here a little bit and then hold through that. So there's kind of A, B, C scenario. Okay, so A scenario would be we can't get through this and we break down and we continue lower. So that would be A scenario. Excuse me. B scenario would be we come up here and keep testing this and we hold in the upper half of this range and then we break through and then we chop around above it. Okay, and then C scenario, which I think is the least likely at this point, looking at price action, would be that we just blow through this and then start ripping to the upside. Okay, now price is price and it's going to do what it's going to do, but those are kind of my scenarios. So I'm kind of between the A and B scenario, that we kind of break this flag down. Sorry, excuse me. sorry about that. That we kind of break this flag down and maybe chop around and test the lows and build a base at least through today. Okay, so and then the other scenario again would be we test this, chop around, and then go through it. So those are my A and B scenarios. So let's keep those in mind as we go in today. Again, it's going into holiday weekend, so your volume will be dropping off, and the traders will be leaving for the long weekend. So technically we could just chop around under this point right here. Okay, hopefully that helps you with the futures, and we'll go back and look at some other things here. The SPY chart on the daily, let me drag this over here. Okay, so SPY daily, we were getting extremely strong on the RSI. Okay, I don't want to use the overbought, but we're getting, we're almost up to the 90 level on the RSI, so that is pretty extreme. If you want to draw a trend line here on the outside and the bottom side, we hit the upper channel trend line. Okay, and now we're just reverting back to the mean. So if you draw a regression channel, the mean here, this is actually just in the middle of the channel. Okay, so that's all we've reverted back to right now. The possibility to revert back to the bottom of the channel is definitely there, or even through the bottom of the channel and then back into the channel. Okay, so scenario for me today would be we watch how the 21E looks at the open. Do we revert a little bit back more into this channel, or do we break the 21E and then decide to come down here and test, kind of this 335 pivot, or even down here to the 328 area? Okay, I'm not expecting that today, but again, price rules. My expectation would be that we chop around here a little bit, maybe pull back in a little bit and kind of build a base, and then we see kind of what happens from there. If buyers step up and so this and bring price up a little bit. So the SPY 30 minutes, a lot of trades went off here, and then we're into this moving average here. We saw huge volume the last 30 minutes. Okay, so we had this triangle break that I drew, posted in the room. We broke through that, and then back down to the moving average. Sorry about that. I'm trying to get my charts back. Sorry about this. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I lost my YouTube live. Sorry about that. Give me 2 seconds. I think it's still streaming. Oh no, maybe I lost it. Okay, sorry. I lost my YouTube live window. I couldn't see where I was at. So, okay. Back to what I was doing. Okay, so we moved into this moving average, and then had huge volume coming in at the close yesterday. So I would assume that was some people closing out shorts and then maybe testing longs again. So on the 60-minute, which I like to use, this is a great intermediate term time frame for all the indexes. Okay, you see this massive volume here. Okay, this massive volume pretty much engulfed all day, even this huge drop down here. So that gives me, I lean a little more towards the strength side. because all those came in. I don't believe that was all shorts covering. I believe that's probably a few people that were testing longs. Um, so then we go to the indicators. We reached, an extremely overbought or extremely RSI strength. I hate to use overbought, okay, a high RSI strength. And usually what happens is when we reach those, we get a reversion to the mean. We did over here, kind of reversion to the mean. We stayed up here for a long time, and then we reverted to the mean, and then kind of price kept rising, okay, and we just went sideways. So now we're in an extreme oversold area on both. All right, so that's why I was saying at the end of the day I would not short, okay, because the risk is to the upside. Now, we definitely could have further downside at the open, test down here, and these could come down even further, 8, 9, 0, whatever you want to say. But the risk reward to a short going into the open today was not beneficial. Okay, so that's why I was saying doesn't matter what news was coming out, doesn't matter anything else that was going on. The risk reward to the downside was just not there for me unless we had something crazy come out overnight and we just dropped. But on a shorter term time frame, that's why I was telling everybody don't short right here, okay? Because you may get at least flat to up at the open, and then you're going to have to dump your shorts. So, okay, let's go to the SPY 5-minute, and we'll go through the opening yesterday and kind of what I saw. All right, so we gapped down, all right, at the open yesterday. So initially your gap down is you're starting to think, are buyers going to step up or sellers going to stay in control? All right, that's just your initial thought. Our previous day low was here, okay, previous day high was here, and previous day closes up there, so we obviously gapped down. So what I was looking at, I was thinking, okay, we're waiting for the opening range, which this is our first 30 to 45 minutes. Do buyers step up and try to push this back up to the previous day high, and then we look for a rejection and go back down? Or are there no buyers and sellers just take control and we break this box? Okay, and this is what we're looking at live. I was like, if we break this box to the downside, then start your short. Okay, start your short here with your stop above this box. Okay, so that gives it, if it broke down and then wanted to fake some people out and actually come up here and test this middle of this range right here, then you still were able to stay in your short, okay, because the short becomes invalidated when it breaks above this opening range box. Okay, that would invalidate your short and tell you to get out. Now the other thing that could happen is you could have a wick up that would stop you out, and then it would continue to get back down here and then break the box. So then you have to be ready. If it's a failed break out of this box up here, you have to be ready to jump back in your short. Okay, that's why you have to stay nimble. So on this break below, I would have maybe taken a third short position of my complete short that I wanted. Okay, so if you wanted to take 10 calls, maybe take 3. All right, and then you look for continuation lower as flags continue to break. Okay, so you had this little flag right here. I know it was hard to see, but there's a little flag there, little flag there. This was actually kind of a triangle here. Okay, and those continue to break down. So you could add your short here with the stop here. So then you move all your stop down here, and then you add your short here, and then you move all your stop down here. And then when you get this big move here, okay, substantial wave down, then you move your stops down. Okay, you could even move it above VWAP if you wanted, but I would have covered probably half of my short on this big move down. Now the other thing that I want to show is, okay, so this was the initial big wave, all right, and we never really got below that much more, okay, until later in the day. But this initial bounce probably would have stopped a lot of people out if you didn't have your stop above VWAP. So that's why you cover some and you trail some above VWAP, and it didn't even get close to VWAP. And then we started the kind of just methodical march back down. So what you do is, as each high is formed, you move your stop. Okay, so you could after this, your stop was VWAP, and then after this initial bounce, and then it started to go back down, you move your stop to here, and you let it go back down. Okay, and you could have even taken one more call off if you wanted to. That's all up to your risk management. But then you keep moving your stop down, and I would have even had my stop probably right around in here maybe, and I might even got taken out on this and missed this last move, but that's okay because we would have caught the move from here, okay, to roughly here. So you got 2.3%. We ended up 3.61%. So you missed that last little move. But if your trading plan was to trail VWAP all day, then you caught the rest of this move down, and then I would have covered at the close. Okay, so that's just logical price action, and I wasn't watching anything else. I wasn't watching breadth. I wasn't watching tick trend. All I was watching was price action. Okay, and do sellers take control or do buyers take control? That's it. Okay, that's all this is telling you. Who's in control and where is the most momentum moving? So you see what happened is when we broke the previous day low, all right, more sellers stepped in. All right, so that gave me more conviction to the short side, and then we're under VWAP. So the only thing that would have changed my conviction is if it would have failed here and then started to get back up VWAP and back above previous day low. Okay, so then I would have covered my short and been like, okay, let's reassess. Because then that would have told you, hey, the sellers are jumping out quicker than I anticipated, and they're not going to follow through to the downside. Okay, hope that makes sense. Does anybody else have any questions about that? Corey, I'll show you. Okay, this is the new stock charts ACP. Okay, if you go into stock charts homepage, it's called ACP, and you add tickers by hitting the plus sign. Okay, so you just type in something, you hit the plus sign, and it'll keep adding you boxes. This is not the standard stock charts. It's you have to look for the ACP, which is on the front page. It's a big green box. Okay. So the next thing I want to go through is the sectors. Okay. So some of these will be redundant, okay, but obviously I haven't moved the lines on these. But IWM did have a little volume yesterday selling, okay, but it was only down 2.9% compared to all the other indexes. All right, so it definitely was holding up. So we're going to kind of see what it does today, but above this 158, 159 area, we have clean air all the way to 167, 168. Okay, so that would definitely be what I'm looking. If IWM holds up, kind of holds this trend, and then starts moving higher, I definitely think IWM can pull the rest of the market up. Qs, big volume, totally get that. Distribution day, but we're still above the 2021E. Okay, that is basically contained this the whole time. So back in June, we kind of had this same liquidation break. All right, see this large volume here, had same liquidation break in July. Everybody kind of got freaked out and scared. It wasn't as big as bar as this, but it was kind of a little bit bigger volume. This was the biggest volume of this whole trend run up. Okay, but we're up substantially. So for this trend to stay intact, we need to stay above the 21. And even a 50 MA test, okay, which would be the bottom of a channel right around in here, would still be within the possibilities of a continued uptrend. Okay, that's why I was telling everybody, don't go all crazy starting to short yet at every little blip. All right, if you're intraday shorting, that's fine. Okay, but really until a trend breaks like up here, and you really want to go to the short side on a daily time frame, that's fine. Okay, but the trend still is intact until it isn't. All right, and this is just a normal pullback within an upside. A normal pullback with a long-term uptrend. Okay, and yes, it was down 5% on huge volume, but we have to see continuation and follow through for me to get bearish and really start looking to start thinning my herd on my long-term Qs. Okay, so SPY the same deal, long-term uptrend, just back to the 2021E. XLB held up extremely well yesterday, only down 2.76 on big volume. XLC was only down 3.3. Okay, so again, we're just above the 20 on all of these. So for the trend to break, we have to break through the 9, if you're watching that, 8 and 9, and the 21, and then back down to the 50. Okay, XLE is still just chopping around under there. That's kind of a no-touch sector for me. I know some people are in it, but XLF held up extremely well yesterday. I'm watching this 25 to 26 area. Above that, above these pivots here, I definitely think we have a clean air and not much supply overhead, so the move to the upside could be pretty swift. XLI held in well. XLK, big volume, but still again, see this kind of supply area? We really don't have a floor on this move up. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to pull back and build a trading floor here with more trades that have went off. Your big trading floor was here. Okay, and I don't anticipate us getting all the way back down here. I anticipate us chopping kind of sideways and building a base here and getting some more supply built. Okay, we just didn't have any supply built, so that's why it was easier to push this much lower, much quicker. Okay, XLP, big volume. XLRE actually held in fairly well today. XLU, obviously the safeties, and XLV held in extremely well yesterday too, only down 2.72. I know there's a lot in that sector that we've been looking at too, Medtronic and UNH and some others. So, yep, okay. So let's look at Tesla. The daily doesn't look that great at the moment. So that's basically what I was. I did nibble some yesterday. It was just really small, but I'm looking to nibble a little lower too. So I'm looking to build a little bit more position in my swing account, not my long-term account, because obviously my long-term account I'm in from much lower. Okay, so the first thing it has to hold is this 394. That's the minimum. Preferably, I would love to see this down here around 335 to 350, because that would provide a great opportunity for maybe a long-term trade into the end of the year, a swing trade. So if you're doing a 60-minute time frame, 394 to 393 definitely has to hold. If you're even thinking about kind of a long or a quick swing trade today, or maybe even through the week. Okay, so but remember again, it's Friday. We're going into a holiday weekend. I wouldn't get too quick to go on the long side, all right, because the volume's going to dry up towards the end of the day. The price can get shoved around a lot. So Snap, I like the look at this. Okay, above 23.56, I will definitely be looking to get in some for a move to the upside. All right, it's kind of broke this downtrend, moved up, big volume. Not yesterday, the previous day. Okay, and actually held in extremely well. Actually held the previous. Excuse me, sorry about that. Held the previous day low, which a lot of stocks didn't yesterday. So this is definitely on my watch list today for a possible day trade. Okay, so what you want to see is open. Previous day high will kind of be 23.41. Previous day low 22.42. So above 23.41, we can possibly look for a larger move to the upside. BA, I mean, it's just chopping around here. Wick up, finished at almost at the lows, a little bit larger volume. For me at the moment, I'm not in it, and it's not a trade for me. I know a lot of people are looking at it, but I want stocks that are showing relative strength to the market. So that's why I'm not in these kind of weaker, lagging stocks. If a stock's showing relative strength, then I want to be in it. Okay, one that is definitely showed relative strength yesterday was Workhorse. I know it's down 6.73%, but very low volume down and continues to hold above here. And I think let me look, and I think it was just barely down this morning. Actually, it's up 26. Okay, so futures must be moving up. So this is definitely one that I'm looking for a day trade and want to add to because it held up extremely well. Okay, institutional volume, nice pullback there. So anyway, for my watch list today, I would be looking at the XLF. Another one that held in extremely well today that I like is Berry. It's an IBD name, kind of formed this cup and pulled back. So we'll watch that one. Any of the XLFs, or you could trade the FAS if you wanted. Intraday, that's 3 times financials, okay? But again, this will move 3 times the XLF, so just be careful with that. But if you want to just trade financials and want to have a little leverage, you could trade that, or you could just trade the XLF. JPM, again, still one of my favorites. Had big volume yesterday, though, but it's a liquid XLF name that can get moves. GS, if it gets above this, kind of big overhead area, can move to the upside. So we'll just kind of see what happens at the open. We'll look at some R volume stocks, and then we'll get ready for anything that comes our way. So again, the futures are still holding this channel, so that's what we got to watch. Okay. Oops, sorry. Here, you know what? Let's add that to that. Futures still holding this channel. All right. So the more higher lows you can make into this overhead area and test this overhead area, the better. This just continues to chop up here. And if we retest this, then I would anticipate, this to kind of come down, chop around under the overhead area, and then see what happens. But if it starts holding in this upper 50% of this, then the possibility to move through here increases. All right, so the more times we tap on this, with our hammer, just kind of takes, keeps weakening this, weakening this, weakening this, and then we look for a move to the upside. And depending on what comes out today, this was a liquidation break. So again, not a lot of trades went off here. Block trades, there's probably not a lot of block trades here. So above this area, I mean, it definitely, could get moving. Do I expect it to rip? Probably not today because it's Friday. But, we'll just kind of keep an eye on this and see what happens. We'll keep an eye on the VIX. I think it was down this morning. So basically the Dow, I know, looked pretty well. Small caps looked well at the open. So that would kind of be what I would be looking at the open. If you want to trade IWM, you can do that with TNA as a leveraged ETF if you know how to trade that. Give you a little leverage without having to trade options today. So we'll just kind of see what the open is. We got about 5 more minutes to the open, and we'll see what the day brings. Okay, but we're gonna approach it the same as we did yesterday. Okay, logical price action. Looking for flags and boxes and breaks, and then just kind of see how the action works today. So hopefully that helps. So I did see a few things posted about 30 days after, let's see, 3 months. Somebody just sent me something. I'm trying to look at it. So 1 year. Okay, so with the 3%, more than 3% drop from the highs, 1 year out, 4 out of 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 out of 5 cases were positive 1 year out, which means the market was higher 1 year out. And 6 months we had 3 out of 5 were higher. 3 months we had 1 out of 5. 2 months to 1 month we actually had 1, 2, 3, 4 out of 5. So again, what I'm trying to say is, this is a pullback, a normal correction within an overall uptrend. All right, and if you're looking further out, 30 days, this is just a volatility that we haven't had for a while, and I think that's what probably caught everybody by surprise yesterday was the amount of volatility that came in so quickly. All right, but if we look at the futures, like I said, there wasn't a lot of trades. There wasn't a lot of trades up here. Okay, so we just kind of grinded up through here, but it was easy to liquidation break this. Okay, so that tells me there wasn't a lot of supply to catch price. So that's what we need to build. Okay, you need to build supply to catch price. All right, so that's why that may be a little bit easier to get through overhead areas if there's not a lot of supply up here and we had this quick move here. But we'll watch this channel, building here and see if this trend line holds and kind of see how we hold into the rest of the day. Okay, so a few minutes to the open here. So we're just going to approach the day with logical price action, no bias, and we'll see how the markets shake out, and then we'll just go from there. So. Oh, I'm going to grab some water. I'll be right back. Getting ready for the open. So we'll see at the open. I mean, I anticipate maybe that we'll, see some selling at the open if people took some longs and are getting a little bit of gap up. They could take some profits, but we'll see what they decide to do. So. All right. All right. Looks like we're open. All right. So the minimum we need to watch for already at the open is this previous day low. So we'll watch that. That's our first kind of line that we want to watch there. Okay, previous day low. So IWM gapping up nicely there. 240s overhead, so we'll watch that. So futures just above that lower trend line at the moment. Again, remember, we're going into a holiday weekend, so I expect maybe some movement this morning, and then as we get into the noon hour, I expect the volume to trail off and probably the trading to trail off also. Extreme high tick. Okay, that's good. Quad witch is September 18th, so we could see some positioning going into quad witch, obviously. So. All right, so usually what I'll do is just at the open, I'm just going to go through my process of how I, look at the market if I'm looking to day trade, okay? So I'm looking, for the first 2 to 3 candles for me to kind of see what they're doing. Are they building a box? Are they, whoops, sorry about that. Are they building a box? Are they holding in the highs of the candle? Is it weak? Are we coming back down to test, something? So that's just what I evaluate right at the open, okay? Yep, Q's going green. 240E overhead. Oh, sorry. Yep. So Q's definitely just need to get above this kind of all this price action we had yesterday, okay? So SPY kind of pushing there. Here's our first kind of area from yesterday that we can watch, and then the next area, and then the 240 overhead. So that's kind of what we want to watch. So yeah, for me at the open it is kind of boring. I just kind of wait for the bars to fill themselves out and give me some points of reference. Because right now, I mean, you could jump in and do something if you wanted to see something, if you were trying to just do a scalp trade. But we really have no point of reference. Okay, we just have a first 5-minute candle. We do have the previous day high and previous day low, but there's no really reason to do anything at the moment. And that goes for any stocks that you're watching. Okay, if you're doing a 5-minute trade scalp, I mean, you have no information. All right, except your reference from yesterday. So we really don't know at the moment. Our buyers, sellers in control. So pretty big engulfing on the 15-minute ES there. So we'll see. So 34.82 overhead will be the first area we're looking for. So SPY moving to the upside there. That's good. VIX dropping, which is good. What we want to see. Okay. We're going to use that as a trending device. Okay, so we're below the whole uptrend yesterday. So that's an important area to watch. Qs, nice candle coming in there. Okay. So again, I like to go ahead and let the charts build out. Okay, I can bring this over here and show you guys. This is my watch list. Okay, these are about the same, all the same stocks I watch. Okay, these are massive candles building at the open. Okay, we tested lower, lower. Google held previous day low. Netflix had an oops reversal for now through the previous day low. Apple through the previous day low and back up. Amazon held. Facebook above the previous day low. So these are our points of reference now, okay, for the day. So you write these down or you pull the charts up and you make mental notes. All right, if they go through these levels, then we're probably going to move lower. All right, for on the tech or anything that you're watching. Tesla, huge candle there. Wow, just big candle. So those are points of reference for the morning. So 342.59 in SPY, all these lows, JPM, previous day close. All right, so at the minimum, they have to hold above here if you're thinking for a long trade. Okay, that just keep it simple. All right, that's what you do. Just write those down and say, okay, these are my absolute out points if I'm thinking for a long. All right, but personally, what I'd like to do is see this kind of build a flag. All right, so we have our first candle here, and we're looking at the high of this candle, okay, to see what the next candle does. We're looking at the low of the candle to see what the next candle does. All right. So there we go. All right, we'll see how that plays out here. So same thing with Qs. You want to see it at least get above the previous candle, or previous bar, I say candle. IWM, you want to see it get above and stay above. All right, so the minimum on this, you want to see if SPY pulls back to the low of the candle or around in here, okay, and then gets, buyers step in. All right, so that's what we need to do. So we need to watch. Snap, strong opening. You know what, let me just add a chart here that I can watch. Yep, good open there. Oh, hold on. Let me get my 5-minute chart there. Sorry about that. So this will be our active chart for the day down here. Yep, good opening so far. Okay, big move. Personally, I wouldn't chase this yet. All right, I'd like to see this, build a little bit of a flag back towards VWAP, and then kind of see how price reacts. Okay, because you really have no good risk reward yet. So SPY is trying to push the previous bar, all right, in the second bar, and trying to move above it. All right, so you need to see it kind of hold in the kind of upper 50% of this bar. All right, so if there's a chance that we're going to move a little bit more to the upside, you want to see it hold in the upper kind of half of this bar. Minimum needs to hold the low of the bar. All right, but if sellers are going to step in, then we'll see it, within the first probably 15, 20 minutes maybe, and see if they try to push it back down.
I got the bullseye.
All right, let me look at a few other things here. So, yep, so IWM pulling back there a little bit. Qs pulling back a little.
I got the bullseye on the number 6. 8 grand.
So all we're doing is just letting price react. Okay, there's not much to do at the moment. All right, you just have to let price kind of work itself out, give us points of reference, and then we can look
I've
to
tried a lot of times.
trade from there. Okay, that's why I'm just kind of hanging out, flipping through some charts over on a different monitor. Um, just looking to see what sectors are opening strong. So XLF is the leading sector at the moment. But again, okay, so this is what I'm talking about here. We got our next bar that's going to give us some information. IWM took out the low of the bar so far. Qs are holding middle of the bar. And then we want to see how this closes. All right. So you see why I said not to take a trade and snap yet. Okay. It's just we don't have enough information. All right. So if you would have just bought up here, then you really have no point of reference. Okay. Okay, so now we see SPY fill the bar, held above so far, okay, and we're kind of just building a flag here, back towards here. VWAP is coming into play now, kind of flattening out. Qs, trying to hold there. Oops, sorry about that. There we go. Let's do that. I think that'll be a little better. Okay. Let's do this. Whoops. I like to move that over some. There we go. That's a little better. Now we got a little space. All right, so I would say a lot of XLF is still holding up pretty well. IWM trying to hold in there. Okay. Just looking at my watch list here. So on the initial open on all those tech stocks, they're kind of pulling back into the middle of that big first candle. Okay, so that's what we're going to watch. Okay, so we're just seeing SPY build a flag here. All right, so then what you get ready to do is you trade the, possibly trade the direction of the break, depending on what happens. All right, but just not much volume at the moment. Okay, volume dropped off very quickly from that opening bar. So you see why I said not to jump and snap. Okay, we really had no other point of reference, and it's pulling back. All right, so if you were in a trade up here, then you're already in the loss. All right, so you want to have the wind at your back, and you want to have a defined pattern to trade out of. If you just bought up here, basically you were just buying, hoping it was going to continue for the rest of the day, not really having any other areas of price to give you a risk reward level. Okay, so that's why I would say Walmart looking good. Let's see. Yeah, so we have a couple bars of reference here. It needs to get above the high of this previous bar. I would like to see it kind of build a flag out of here and break the flag to the upside, which would give you a nice risk area to put your stop. All right. That's what I'm saying. It's still worth almost 3 bars in, and we don't have any more information than what we did before on the indexes, other than SPY sideways for 3. IWM took out the low at the open, and Qs are pulling back to the low. Okay, so for me, that's not enough information to trade at the moment. See some people talking about MS. Let's look at JPM. Okay, so here we have a box kind of flag forming. Okay, so that would give you some information about how to trade that. MS. Okay, still just building this flag. Can't really get above this high and haven't really broken this low. Okay, so nothing really to do at the moment there. So we're pulling back on SPY and IWM QQQ. So seeing some more selling at the open. Okay, which is not unanticipated. Future's still holding above that lower trend line on the 15 minute, so we'll see. So all we're doing right now is waiting for the opening range, okay, to see what happens. We're just getting to 15 minutes in, okay? But Qs are pulling back to the low of the day, so that's our first point of reference to watch would be the low of the day there. Workhorse holding up extremely well. Okay, so Morgan Stanley's trying to move above this high here. All right, so if you're looking for the trade, you could take this above this high. Okay, but I want the market as a tailwind at my back. Okay, so I'd like to see it pushing to the upside also. But if you took this trade here, your stop's right here. Okay, so that's roughly what, 25-cent trade. 25-cent stop, your stop would be right here. All right, so that would keep your stop below VWAP, even if we had a VWAP test, and that would be a trade that you could possibly take. But as of now, I'm not doing much. Okay, I don't think there's really anything to do anything unless we start really moving to the upside. Less is more at the moment, I think, for everybody. Unless you're thinking about a short. Okay, so Qs are pulling back to the low of the day. Futures are going to be right at the lower trend line here in just a few minutes, or maybe just a minute or so. Okay, so we want to see if this holds. If this holds and builds out, okay, then that's different. Okay, so now we see this SPY is building a flag into the open here. If it breaks this, then there's a greater chance we move lower. All right, IWM, put a line. Oops, sorry. Put a line right here. All right, and a line right here. So this is our opening range. We got our opening range there, and Q's back to the low of the day. All right, so again, nothing to do for me at the moment. So Morgan Stanley there looks decent. Okay, so if you took a trade, your stop is here at the moment. So Morgan Stanley's moving up. VIX trying to creep up there a little bit. SPY pulling back, IWM pulling back, and Q's pulling back. Okay, so I would like the market at my back if I'm taking a long at the moment. All right, so futures breaking that lower trend line. So it could be a little bit more liquidation down. And VIX rising. Okay, so my first point of reference would be the low of the day here if SPY gets down here. Okay, so if you did take a short here, then your stop probably is up here around right above VWAP. Okay. So you see how Morgan Stanley's not really pushing anymore at the moment because the market's kind of pulling it back, okay, and holding it back from really being able to move. So yeah, Corey, I mean, all the tech stocks, I mean, that's why I said watch those lows. Um, Again, the low of the day on Q is what we need to watch. Okay, do we get an oops reversal through the low of the day and back up along with all the other tech stocks? I don't know. Okay, so that's kind of what we need to watch. So we'll, sorry, get rid of that. Okay, so that's our point of reference on the Qs now. All right, so SPY pulling back there. Morgan Stanley held up pretty well. Okay, showing relative strength. VIX kind of getting up there. Okay, so a reversal would be if the Qs went through here and then went back up to the upside through the low of the day, previous day low. All right, if that happens, then there's a possibility for some long trades. If not, and we stay under the low of the day, then more than likely we'll get some further move down. I do like Morgan Stanley's holding up so far, though. Okay. So IWM's filled the gap. SPY has pretty much filled the gap. Q's didn't really have to fill the gap. It went through the low of the day, and now some buyers are stepping up. Okay. Alexion, let's see that one. Alexion, yeah, decent so far. All right, so is this, a fake out move to the downside? Again, we're still within the opening range. Okay, 15 minutes could be your opening range, or you could use 30 minutes. All right, JPM showing definite relative strength. Okay. All right, let me glance at the sectors again. Okay, JPM looking good there, pushing nicely. Okay, so all the XLFs look like they're holding up extremely well at the moment. Um, so if we're in a trade here through the opening high, your stop's down here somewhere. But again, I would like to see the market come back to the upside, give us a tailwind. Okay. I need to see VIX kind of start dropping off and forming some lower lows and lower highs would be nice. Okay, that's kind of a first point of reference, and then we'll put a point of reference up there. Okay, JPM still pushing, that's nice. Futures are trying to hold right around this area right here. We did go through kind of that lower trend line, but it's trying to hold this area here, so we'll see what happens. So you can see again, I haven't really done anything. I mean, you could have shorted this breakdown, but you need to see follow through. Okay, so that's what you need to look for. JPM pushing nicely. I mean, what I would like to see is for SPY to pull back down around here, kind of get some lasted 6 candles yesterday. Yeah, Corey, kind of get some sellers exhausted, and then get ready to look to the upside. If that happens. So Tesla's at the 21E. So we'll kind of see how it reacts there. I think most of the FANG stocks are at the 21E. So what I would do on a candle glance, if you were looking for FANG stocks to trade, you want to see which ones are holding up the best. Okay? Which ones? So JPM holding in there at the moment, but you want to see at least whichever FANG stocks you would look to trade. If you were thinking longs, you would need to see those to hold in the upper half of these candles. Okay, so Tesla's actually holding VWAP for now. Netflix, Google is kind of pulling back there. Amazon's kind of in the middle. So that's how I use this candle glance. Okay, from the opening range. Oops, sorry, I wasn't updated. No. Sorry about that. Okay, so they've all broke those and they pulled back there. So JPM obviously showing relative strength there. So what you need to see is these kind of come down here and then try to move back to the upside on the previous day closed. All right, so JPM still pushing nicely. That was a good long. Again, for a confirmed long, I like to see the market help us. All right, at the moment it's not really helping us, but this is definitely showing relative strength to the market like crazy. Okay, volume coming in also there. So even a pullback down here to VWAP would not be unlikely. So everything's pulling back again. Like I said, you want to see this You want to see the market help you with a tailwind if you're thinking any longs at the moment. So that's why this is just kind of not a good. I mean, you could be in it, but it's just not a confirmed long because the market's not really helping you at the moment. So this will get dragged down sooner or later with the market. Um, so Qs are pulling back, SPY's pulling back, IWM's pulling back. Okay, so at the moment it looks like they couldn't hold. That's why I said you wanted to see this hold the upper portion, but it's not, and now we're pulling back. Qs are under this previous day low. IWM will be coming into the previous day low. All right, so that's our point of reference here, and then SPY will be just above the previous day low for now. All right, so we'll see how those react around there, and VIX kind of rising a little bit. So AVGO breakout showing relative strength. Oh yeah, nice. AVGO, nice. Yeah, that's definitely shown relative strength to the market. So if we do get any more pushback to the upside, that'll give AVGO a tailwind. FAZ, that's a bear ETF, right? Yeah. Depends on what financials do here. If we break out, if financials break down, then this FAZ will break to the upside for a quick trade. So now JPM's getting pulled back with the rest of the market. So that's what we've seen. The lows of the day, the previous day lows broke on the tech, okay? So now we see how they handle those previous day lows. All right, do they go through and people step up, or do they go through and then they get continued follow through? So that'll let us know, okay? If it's a continued follow through selling, then more than likely they're going lower. But if they go through the previous day low and then reverse back through it and buyers step up, then that's a change in character. Okay, so that's what we're looking for right now. What happens basically at the previous day lows. So there you go, FAZ, kind of through that breakout area. For me, I'm just not doing much. I'm just holding tight. If you took a short here, good. Just trail your stop down because you're coming into previous day low, which is anticipation for a reaction area. But yeah, for me, I'm just kind of hanging out. Cat, Dow stock's doing well. Yeah, nice gap up, but overall market's not a tailwind at the moment, okay, because we're pulling back. So it's kind of hard to take a long trade at the moment. All right, but it is showing relative strength. But sooner or later, all these will get pulled back with the overall market. So that's what I'm saying is I just wouldn't be jumping in at the moment. So if you did take the short of the low on SPY, then you're moving your stops down. IWM, QQQ, if you took the previous day low short, then you're moving your stop down on SQQ. Okay. But we're coming into previous day lows on SPY and IWM, so we'll see how we react at those points. That's kind of my anticipatory area now. Okay, so futures, big candle. All right, so we're going to look to see how we react down here. Okay, so do we form a range, or do we break this range and continue lower? All right, so that's what I said. We had our A, B, C scenarios, okay? So A and B were my most likely, which was break of this lower channel. And that's pretty much what happened at the open. Okay, so we broke that lower channel, and now we're kind of back into this overnight yesterday area. Okay, yesterday's low for the ES, it was at 330, right around here, and then 715 low. So that's what we're looking at for now. So do buyers step up here and hold price, or do we get another liquidation break, maybe down around to the 3,400 level? which would be our kind of daily breakout level that we were watching. Kind of this area down here. Okay, so we'll see what happens. NQ is way lower than over. Yeah, the NQ's pulled back much more. Yeah. But, okay, so this is what's going to be interesting, all right? Do we go through the previous day low and then move back up here and fail, or do buyers step up? Okay, all right. So that's what we're going to be watching for, all right? Or do we get the continued selling on down? Okay, so I would anticipate a reaction down here on SPY and IWM. All right, so that's kind of what we're getting now, right at that previous day low area. Does it continue lower, or do we get a reaction back up towards the opening in VWAP? All right, if we continue lower through this, then we'll probably get a nice wave down. If we do get a reaction and start back up here, then it could just be a chop between the opening range and the previous day low. So we'll see what happens. So Apple put a wick down so far. Nvidia's got 2 or 3 wicks down. Microsoft has a wick down. So we'll see what happens here, okay? See if we start building a flag this way to liquidation, or to break down further, or do we start building a flag where we possibly move to the upside and test the previous day low? Okay, so the previous day low would be our next area if we bounce back to the upside to look for a failure. Okay. Okay, so IWM, pretty decent reaction so far from the previous day low. Okay, so we'll see what happens. See if this gets any more follow through. SPY trying to react close to the previous day low. All right, so again, this is just simple price action. Nothing like crazy off the wall stuff. All right, all we're trying to look for is anticipate reactions at areas. All right. So would I just go long here? No, I would not. But I'm watching these reactions to see if other stocks react before we're seeing this, okay, which would be the FANG names and some other larger names, okay? So do they start getting a push to the upside before the indexes? All right, so IWM obviously getting a nice push there. So CAT held really well. Let's see what JPM's doing. Okay, pulled back, kind of forming an uptrend here. All right, so let's see if the stocks are showing relative volume so far. Okay, so Q's getting a little reaction here. So the ES looked like it reacted at that yesterday's low and the overnight low so far. Okay, so we did react. Yep, futures reacted at the overnight low and the previous day low. So we'll see if this gets anything else built, any type of other profile built here, or if it just continues to chop around down here and decide kind of what we're going to do. MIK looking interesting. Let's look at it. That's Michael's, or what is that? Michael's company, yeah. Yeah, hit the 240E, trying to form kind of low cup. It's under VWAP for me, so not really anything for a day trade there. So. Yeah, Jimmy. Yeah, under VWAP, it's just not a good day trade. And the market, the overall market is not your tailwind. Okay, if you were in an uptrend and above VWAP with SPY, IWM, and QQQ, then I would say you could take some of these more spec trades because those are going to help you give you a little bit of a backdrop. All right, but you can't take these kind of spec trades when the market is pulling back. Okay, because this is just not going to help you at all. So that's why we need to look at the overall market. I like to trade stocks on individual basis though, on their own merit, but the rest of the market is weak at the moment. Okay, so that's not going to help you at all in something like Michaels, which is a retailer that's kind of been beaten down. So you have to think about that context. Cat looking good. Okay. Yep, holding above VWAP. All right. I mean, as of now, everything's just kind of basing around here, so I'm not really jumping on anything long at the moment. Okay, it did have a nice gap up, and it could just trend up today, but I'd like to see the rest of the market kind of help us a little. So like I said, kind of we got the open, we broke down the low on SPY, okay, and then now we're just holding above the previous day low. So this is our point of reference here. All right, because of Vinny checking in on us, making sure we're doing well. Text messaged me, so. All right, so you're kind of building the downtrend line here. Okay, so that will be what we're watching. All right, whether we break that line and go lower. Okay. So just overall, so the futures bounced where we anticipated. Um, sorry about that, a little loud. Futures bounced where we anticipated. We'll kind of see if this gets a decent bounce and holds, or do we break this level here and then continue on down to that 3,400 daily kind of area on the futures, where we can look. All right, we can. I can go to a 5-minute chart if you want. The problem is the 5-minute chart gets pretty noisy, so we can look at that though if you want. All right, so you can see this is yesterday's low, overnight low. Okay, we held above that overnight low, but now we tested again. All right, so that's basically all we're doing is testing that overnight low on the futures and kind of seeing um, see what the buyers and sellers are trying to do at the moment. Okay. So I'll probably say it 100 times today. It's a Friday, okay? Volume's going to drop off. We're going into a holiday weekend. Just there's no reason to do anything crazy on the long side unless we just get a massive, upside reversal. I believe probably, most of the people did their selling yesterday. We could see a little more selling today, I guess, because it's low volume and they can push the price around. But I have to believe most people probably got out of their positions that they wanted to get out of yesterday. We're coming into the 10 o'clock hour, which would be a 30-minute kind of opening range. So if we're going to see some more selling, I would assume it'd probably come in after 10 o'clock. So IWM holding previous day low, SPY holding previous day low. Q is trying to get a little bit of a bounce there. Ryan, I know. I don't. I know. I haven't looked at 5-minute charts for so long. I gotta get my mojo back on that. I'm the 30-minute, 60-minute, man for the longer term. So INTC looks good. Okay, it's interesting. They were talking about how money may be flowing into INTC and out of some other ones. Yeah, just building a nice kind of flag here. All right. Again, I'm not saying it doesn't look strong, but I want the overall market to be a tailwind for us. All right. You can see this, the volume's dropping off on it too. And if the market's not a tailwind, then no, I do not want 1-minute charts. So let me look at our 60-minute indicator chart here. We'll be coming into the open. Kind of see what we look at like. Sorry here. So SPX is still just sitting on that moving average. So here we go. So we're still just sitting on this kind of line here. We haven't. So 342.59 is, yesterday's low in the SPY. Okay, so we haven't really come down and tested that yet. We tried to get a move back to the upside, which was rejected for now. So RSI is kind of showing a little divergence, which is good. Stowe's oversold. Okay, so again, I say the risk is probably to the upside here. Okay, guys, I don't want to go crazy on one side, but I just would not be shorting, for a larger wave down. All right, just because I think shorter term right now, we're kind of getting stretched. Okay, so we could pull back a little bit more, but to get that huge wave down that you need to have conviction on the short side, I just don't see that happening at the moment. Okay. All right. All right. So we're kind of building just a little flag out here. Qs are kind of building a flag. All right. So the first thing you need to see is that it holds a low of the day first, and then starts building a higher flag. Okay. So then we get our higher highs and higher lows, and then you can start the march upward. That's the first thing you need to see on any type of look for a reversal. Then we want to see confirmation that institutions are coming in and picking up shares. Okay, so then you would want to see, breadth follow. You'd want to see tick turn, and then you'd want to see, the rest of the market kind of pull it up all together. So that's what you'd want to see. Just kind of A, B, C, D all in line. You want to see all those kind of fall in line and give you the tailwind. So price would be first. Then your tick would start moving, and then you'd get kind of a breath change, and then the whole market would kind of lift all at the same time. So that's kind of how the flow goes. All right, so ES is coming back down to this lower kind of profile here. All right, so if it breaks this, then I think we'll have a larger move down. Okay, so there's probably a lot of stops sitting in here around this 34.26, 34.24 area. Okay, so if people bought this, then their stop probably right around in here. Okay, so if we start hitting those, it's probably going to be more like a domino effect. Okay, so then you'll just hit a whole line of stops, and then until you hit an exhaustion point, kind of what we saw yesterday here. All right. I mean, some people call this a waterfall, but basically what happens is it's just a stop run. Okay, the stops are just tiered and placed and laddered. So once you start getting that momentum, they just all kind of hit at the same time. So that's why I said I would not, not be going any crazy long at this morning, which we're kind of seeing now. So SPY is pulling into the previous day low. So if you did short SPY on this break, then you move your stop down. Okay, you can either take some profits and move your stop down. Okay, very least we need to see low of the day hold first. All right, so that flag there we kind of broke to the downside. Okay, so now we're probably moved down. IWM stops at the low of the day. Okay, so that's starting to move down. All right, so we couldn't hold there. So then the futures are breaking that low that we talked about. Yep. So now that's what you're going to see on the futures. That's what I was just discussing is um, stops are here. All right, so people's stops are getting hit. Then we'll see how much further this kind of pushes to the downside. Okay, whether there's a lot of stops in here, or we just kind of get a break and then a bounce back up, and then just kind of methodically go there. Okay, so breaking the low of the day on IWM and SPY now. Okay, so it's just a little too heavy, but we'll watch and see if we get a reaction. So VIX moved up a little bit there, so that's what we're watching there. Didn't just go crazy. Okay, so we'll see if we get a VIX spike. But, do we break the low of the day here and reverse back up, or do we just continue lower and just kind of peel down the rest of the day there? All right, so on the 15-minute futures, kind of that B scenario we talked about this morning. Okay, we broke the lower trend line, came into here, and then now we're below this here. All right, so that's what you need to do. That's kind of what we went over this morning. ABC scenario, and now we're getting the B scenario, which I said the C was the least likely. Okay, which we obviously did not see. A was kind of, I thought, maybe we'd chop around there, but B was just a liquidation break, and then we're just running the stops below these lows here. So 3400's down here, 30, which would be our kind of our daily area, all the way back. So daily area 3400 right here is kind of our previous breakout on the ES. So that's really the area I'm watching now. We're only 16, 17 points away, so that's what I'll be watching. All right, so if you did short SPY, then you move your stop down to right about around in here. Okay, so then you got a nice little trade there. If you shorted IWM, then you moved your stop down there. If you shorted Qs, then you move your stop right down here around VWAP. Okay, so we're moving down. Okay, I do like on the SPY chart here, the 60-minute SPY, that we have a big, so 339 to 340, so we're 341, so we need to move down a little bit further. Okay, so this is where I'm going to move this down. All right, so on SPY, we're down roughly 4.8 total right now, so not bad from yesterday. So we may get our 5 to 7% correction that we're looking for. All right, so let's pull this over here. All right, so there we're coming. SPY's broke the 21E, and we're going to be coming into this large volume by price bar here, where a lot of trades went off, and then we're definitely oversold. Extreme low tick. Okay, so stops are getting hit as we suggested on the futures. So pulling in a little bit more there. Okay. So we could just bring this back down. Again, that's why oversold doesn't necessarily mean that you go long. Okay, you wait for price to confirm, and price did not confirm at the open for us to go long. So now we're getting those liquidation breaks. So if you shorted SPY here, then you move your stop down above the previous day low. If you shorted IWM, you're above here, and then Qs you can move down here and cover some. So well done on the shorts. Yeah, TZA is a short for IWM. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so you could use XPXU. You could use anything else for the. Okay, so there was our flag break here at 16. And then another flag break here at 1650, and so then you take some off up here. Right now on this huge push, because SPY's coming into 341. So 340, 341 is kind of the area I'm watching on SPY. All right, so if you shorted there, then you take some profits. Excellent. All right, so even if you didn't short here, you could have shorted here like we talked about, okay? And then when you got the previous day low break, then that was more conviction, okay? So you could even add it if you wanted. Same thing here. We could have shorted here, okay? But when we got this break here, you could have shorted, and then you could have added on this, okay? And then you got a nice move from here to here. All right, again, these are scalp trades, so you're going to, have a little bit larger position, but then you're going to move your stop. So then you could take, so here is a flag break on the short. All right, so right here, and here is a flag break here. Okay, whoops, move that down. There we go, whoop, right there. Okay, so 2 flag breaks there that you could have bought and been a very minimal stop. Okay, so if you bought this, your stop would have been here, and if you bought this, your stop would have been right around in here. All right, and then now you're just trailing your stop up, and you can take a third or a half off, depending on what you want to do, and then, nice move. So. Okay. All right, so this is good. QQ or SPY coming into the 339 area. Okay, this is going to get really interesting today. See what happens. Okay, so we're getting oversold. Coming into the 339, 340 area. Futures will be coming in there. Almost there now. Okay, we tested. Oh, look at that. 339, 333.99. Oh, and we've bounced so far. This is going to be very interesting to see if we overshoot or what, because nice. Okay, so now we're going to see what happens. Okay, this is going to get interesting here. So VIX did not make a new high yet with this move down. Okay. All right, so no new high on the VIX yet on this wave down. All right, so it's going to be interesting to see what happens here. So that's why we tier out of our shorts. Tick cumulative basically flat. Okay, breathal in. Yep, nice. Okay, so not extreme at the moment. I think Grover said there was one extreme tick. Let's see, at Grover, can you post tick and breath screenshot? Okay, so we're through the previous day low, and we're going to see if we get an oops reversal here, back to the upside. So the ES tested 3,400, which is the area I was watching. SPY low was 339.99. 1 penny below 340. So this is going to be very interesting. And I'm not saying we jump in long, but I'm just saying the risk to the upside is maybe slightly greater than the downside at the moment. So, okay, here's our tick and breath from Grover. Okay, so that's what we want to see now. So what you wanted to see if you're watching tick and breath on your toss charts, you want to see this start to turn and all these start back to the upside. Okay, so that's if you're using that. All right, so the ES is putting in a pretty big wick down, so we'll see what happens there. So NYSE is only -1, -2 to 1, 3 to 1 on the NAS, and NYMO is -42. Okay. So getting close to that -50 on the NYMO, usually around 70 at 80 is when we can start looking for some possible changes. So all right. So I'm definitely going to be watching this kind of 3400 area and see if it just kind of blows through there or retest it and chops around, or kind of what kind of reaction we get there. All right, so again, if you're in the short, okay, so then now you could move your stop up to just under this flag right here. All right, so you've had a couple entries on TZA. If you took those, we'll look at SQQ, but your stop is right here, okay, and you could have taken a portion off, a third, a third. You could even put a stop down here on some, just in case we get, a move back down and then a bigger move to the upside. So that's kind of how you tier out of those during a short position. So SPXU, okay, nice move to the upside. If you took this breakout, you take some off and then move that up. SDOW. Okay, if you took this, then you're moving your stop up under here. All right. Kurt, on the NIMO chart, I'm just looking for extremes, okay? The number doesn't necessarily matter intraday. It's just when you get to extremes. So I think in February, March, we hit, what, -113. So really on a lot of those indicator charts, you're looking for extremes, not anything in the middle. And when we reach that extreme is just when the rubber band's stretched pretty far, and then that's when you can get a reversion to the mean and a snapback. Okay, so that's why I say the risk. I don't know. We could go down a lot more from here. All right, and so you just want to manage the risk to the downside. Okay, but we're starting to get stretched a little bit on the shorter term time frames. All right, the daily probably has a little bit farther to go, but I just don't want everybody piling in short thinking we're going to get a 5 to 10% further move down. And again, I don't know. We could, but I just don't want everybody piling in short. And then, the short-term reversion to mean risk happens and, everybody's slammed out of their shorts and taking losses. All right. So more often than not, what will happen is you'll get a bounce, and then we'll decide if there's going to be further downside. Okay, and I'm talking not on a 5-minute chart, a 60-minute chart. Okay, you'll see what the conviction in the bounce is back to the upside, and then you'll see if there's a possibility that we get more downside. Okay, so VIX could not take out the previous day high yet. All right, so I'm kind of watching that as a trending tool. Okay, so there we go. So if you want VIX to fall off, you want to see it break these lows here. If it's going to go higher, you want to see it break these highs here, and that would lead us to think that there's probably a little more downside coming. So we're just kind of using those as reference points. Kurt, I didn't look at the gamma today. CV didn't post it, so I'm not sure what changed overnight. So I didn't really look at that. I'm sure he'll post it today or later. So Okay, looks like we're going to push down a little further here. So IWM pushing down, SPY pushing down. Okay, so now we're getting a little follow through to the downside again. Yeah, I got it, Corey, thanks. Okay, so now we're going to watch to see if we get another retest on that ES area. See if they overshoot or if buyers step in again. Same area. So VIX moving back to the upside there. Okay. Okay, so the Qs below 21, pushing on down. 50-day is below. So the 50-day on the Qs are about 270. That's still a pretty decent far away, though. We got a nice little shelf around 275, kind of that I'm watching on the Qs. But again, we're stretched to the downside on the short term. On shorter term charts, we are stretched to the downside. So again, I'm not telling anybody to do anything crazy here, but I just would not be jumping in. I would not be jumping in for a multi-day short at the moment. Okay. Especially going into the holiday weekend. All right, I don't want anybody like shorting over all the way over the holiday weekend. Um, I'm not saying a reversal happens today, but unfortunately, when it's a lower volume day and people are not here, sometimes reversals do happen too. So, okay, so VIX is at the previous day high, so we're going to watch that and see how that reacts. I mean, and it's fine to not do anything, okay? You can just sit. I mean, you don't have to trade every day, all right? I'm not doing very much. Um, just kind of waiting for all this to build out. There's going to be some great opportunities going into the fourth quarter, I think, on this pullback. Um, some stocks are going to set up really well with nice bases, and then give us some opportunities to get in some stocks that were pretty highly priced, I think. So I mean, we're just getting a adjustment on price, and it happens. So. All right, so TZA, if you're in this, then you can move your stop up even more. So we got 1 flag breakout, 2 flag breakout, 3 flag breakout. So you can move your stop up to 17, depending on where your entry was. So if you're in at 16 on the first flag break, you're up $1. If you're in at 16.50, you're up 50 cents, okay, depending on how many shares you took. Same with SQQ and SPXU. So those shorts worked out nicely, okay. Okay, so pushing a little bit further downside. TZA is coming. IWM, QQQ, all pulling back. So I'm glad that we were talking about not trading this opening range because we didn't have enough information until we broke this. Okay, so this was almost classic from yesterday. Okay, same deal. Um, broke this, broke this flag here. So we're just continue to drift lower and pull back. So all right, continues to pull back. TZA continues to rise. Okay. Okay, so again, 50-day, 50-day tests are normal in a long-term uptrend, okay? I mean, it's just happens, all right? So SPY pushing more to the downside, IWM to the downside. Okay, VIX hitting a high. I mean, I like this VIX hitting highs too, okay? Because this, we could get a nice spike there, all right? Okay, so if you're in these shorts or you even took another short on this flag breakout, you move your stop down, all right? Beautiful on the shorts, all right? All right, excellent shorts live. Okay, TZA, SPXU. There's multiple entries here. Okay, even the previous day low breakdown was a nice entry. Okay, so we got all those. Excellent. Okay, so that helps you, um, be on the other side. All right. Excellent. Getting stretched even further. This is good. Yep, this happens. Excellent. So if we kept our heads this morning, okay, and didn't go crazy long, and you were available to do shorts, all right, then this is working out extremely well for everyone. All right. All right. SPY daily resetting nicely. Okay. So SPY daily's at 336.50. All right. Guess we're gonna just 336. Okay. Well, we're through that volume by price there. Now we're gonna see what happens. Okay. This is getting this is interesting right here. Okay. Okay, good. All right, so we'll see if we get any reaction here. Okay, so that was a volatility spike there in VIX, okay, which is what you want to see if you're going to see a kind of a washout low and change in direction, okay? Okay, good. So let's look at the futures. All right, so we came back down to that area. We actually overshot that area, okay? Good, so let's look at our daily, right? We're kind of right in this band on the ES. All right, our previous kind of highs going back to here. All right, see that previous high here, our breakout, and we've just tested it now. All right, kind of overshot that breakdown. So this scenario played out really well that we discussed this morning. Okay, that was our scenario B. And if you were open to all options and ready for it, okay, so if there is a chance of reversal, this is a great area for SPY to do it. We basically had the panic kind of liquidation break that everybody's talking about in the room. Came back and tested this huge volume by price breakout. We're extremely oversold and stretched, which that can get even lower and stay down here if the selling continues. So don't use that on alone by itself. But this is a possible area here to look for a reversal. Okay. I'm not saying going all in long, but what we first would need to see is this flatten out, then a higher high and a higher low start to form, and then price move back to the upside, and then VIX drop off. Hope that helps everybody understand kind of how you look at this um, and anticipate, areas where price can react. So. Okay, so TZA, if you're in this, or SPXU, or any of those shorts, you just want to move your stop up, and then if price does decide to reverse, then it's fine, you'll get taken out. You might miss some more of the downside move, but I would rather you cover some and take some profits than have it come all the way back down, to your open or to your entry price, and then you lose some of your profits. So. Okay. Okay, good. So basically all we got to watch now is just see if we hold a low or if we just continue lower. I mean, that's basically all we can do at the moment. Okay. Again, I would not start longs here. Okay, I'm just you have to have price confirm that. Because this is just a huge move here. All right, so you just need to take profits, move stops on any of your longs. Probably you were stopped on most of your long positions yesterday, or at least at the open today, if you had any long positions. But we laid this short out pretty good. This short was pretty good as we broke the previous day low. Our Qs were the weakest first. Okay, so that would have been the first one you could have shorted. So we'll just kind of see how price handles this area below. So ES still a pretty decent engulfing bar there. So now we're below that 3,400. So an overshoot is definitely, possible into a little bit lower area. All right. So 32, 33 is down here, 34, and then 33, 33. So that 3,400 was the area I was originally watching. But let's watch this kind of area down here. If we get through it, definitely a possibility to come back down there and test. Okay, so all right, so didn't really get much reaction at that area that I was watching, and we continue to push a little lower there. So just continue to trail your stop up on any of your shorts. All right. So VIX up there around 37, spiking there. Huh. Sorry, don't know why it don't know why it's blurry today. I don't know if I changed anything, but I wonder if it's because I have. I don't know. Maybe because all the people that we have on, yeah, the stream may not be the greatest. So yeah, unfortunately, it may not be. Yeah, probably because all the people we have on at the moment. YouTube's overloaded, so. All right, so I'm going to watch to see if we overshoot this area. Decent overshoot so far. Stretch to the downside here. Okay, so we'll see what happens. Okay, so people are just guessing, if this is a normal pullback or not. Okay, um, so if you're a long-term trader, okay, and you're going to hold for a long-term uptrend, okay, the 50 MA tests are normal, all right. But what you do is you use a 21E, or you can use whatever trading system you want. Okay, so use the 21E, you tier out of some. The 50, if it's broken, you tier out of more, and the 200 MA, when it's broken, you tier out of more. Okay, and that's how you manage your long-term trades. All right, so here we go. Let me put this in blue. All right, so I'll even go all the way back down to here. Okay, so that's what I'm saying is, all right, you have to manage your risk. And then you watch how it acts at trend lines and areas and moving averages. Okay, I mean we easily on the Qs could easily come down here to 269, and this still would be a test, a normal test within the long-term uptrend. All right, there's going to be volatility. I hate to say it, guys. I know that was big, so that would be 12%, correction. Okay, we get 10 to 12% corrections through the year all the time. All right. So after 12%, 12 to 15, yeah. But so what you do is you manage your risk. Okay, we just ran 61% from this point. Okay. So what you do is you manage your risk within this long-term uptrend. You take some off and then you leave some on. Okay. And if we break below the 50-day, you take some more off. And if you go down here and test the 200-day, then you're out. Okay. That's how you manage a long-term uptrend. All right. There's going to be pullbacks within, and if you're a shorter term trader, then you take everything off and then you play defense. Okay. Um, so you manage your risk. All right. Cash is fine. Okay, I mean 10 to 15% pullbacks happen. Now could this get bigger? Absolutely. Okay, could this get worse? Absolutely. All right, I'm just saying, you know, that they do happen within the long-term uptrends. All right, so obviously, so now what you want to see is kind of how the price reacts at these areas on SPY. Okay, do we get any reaction? Do we base a little bit? Do we bounce any? So, I mean, that's basically what I'm watching on all these across the board. All right. Um, Again, you tier out at levels that you're comfortable with. Okay, so you use a percentage. All right, so if the stock pulls back 5 to 7 to 8%, you take some off. If it pulls back 15 to 20%, you take some off. So kind of what I'm watching now is how price reacts here. We got a decent reaction there. Is this just shorts covering, or is there some people coming stepping in? All right. So in about 10 more minutes, I'm going to take a quick break, and I mean, this has been fast and furious. Don't get me wrong. This has been a very quick, fast drop. And I think it caught a lot of people off guard just because of the just kind of euphoric move we had up. All right, and everybody was saying for how many days, the correction was coming, the correction was coming. Um, you know, and it's here. So then, well, the problem is when it gets here, then everybody freaks out. You know, they're like, oh, I'll be ready, I'll be ready, I'll be ready. But then when it actually hits you in the face, then everybody freaks out about it. So that's why. All right, so we just, use logical action. If you shorted yesterday and shorted today, then you did pretty well. Okay, and then you have some powder dry and you look for opportunity to the upside. All right, so QQQ daily, nice pullback so far. Yep, Q's pulled back, so we hit 10.72 at the low there on that pullback. Okay, so we'll see if that gets any further to the downside. A lot of the big FANG names are pulling back into the 50-day in previous areas, so that's good. I mean, needs to happen. Um, so the ES is at 3365, so we did kind of overshoot that 3400 area that I was looking for. So I'm kind of watching that to see how we react there. All right, so you got the VIX spike, which is good. You need to see that at least one more spike, and if it's going to continue higher, then we'll see. I like to see it put in, you know, a lower high and then kind of start to pull back. But we got the move down into the lunch hour, so we'll see if we continue anything further down. Again, just manage your risk. If you're in longer term trades, take some off, hold some, move to cash if you want to. But until everything falls apart and breaks the 50-day, for me, I think that's kind of the intermediate term trend. Then I would still kind of be in half positions. Okay, if you're in, I'm saying if you're in longer term stocks, okay, or index funds, 200 MA is the longer term, level for me on my index funds. So again, just you know, take a deep breath, calm, manage risk, and do what you can. Okay. All right. Yeah, I mean, we're coming into a lot of areas, guys. I mean, you know. Okay, so we see VIX kind of backing off there a little bit. Okay, so we'll see kind of what happens. Um, yeah, Amazon hit the 50-day. All right, good. Okay, so there's a lot of stocks that are coming in, big FANG stocks that are coming into the 50-day. Um, which are usually the 10 MA weekly for IBD is usually a good level, 50 MA. Okay, so those are good levels. So we'll review those when we get back. I'm going to take a quick break, and we'll see what happens. So we're already kind of looking for a little bit of bounce to the upside. The first thing you want to see is, okay, there we go. So VIX is dropping off. So Amazon tagged the 50-day. Apple's above the 50-day. Facebook at the 50-day. Um, Microsoft just below the 50-day. Nvidia still above the 50-day. SPY still above that. Tesla just went through the 21E. Okay, so that's not bad. So okay, well, we'll look at those when we get back. All right, I'm going to take a quick break. Okay, traders, we're back there. I want to take a quick little break early, so okay, so what we're watching here is the VIX to drop off a little bit, kind of forming a little flag that's broke down here. IWM trying to put it in a little bottom. SPY holding up well so far. We almost tested the low of the day and held up. So now what we're doing is we're building this nice little box here, okay? And now we'll see how that looks going forward. A lot of the financials are holding up extremely well. Okay, JPM still green. IWM is moving first. Q's starting to break out of a little flag there. Back towards VWAP. Okay. Q's pushing towards VWAP. Okay, SPY's kind of in this consolidation. IWM trying. So all these are trying to move. Again, if you're going to take some of these on the long side, you want to manage your risk appropriately. And VWAP is our first kind of area to watch for rejection. If we do get up here to the previous day low, okay, that would be the area we'd be watching for now. Let me pull up all the tech stocks. Let's see what those look like. Many of the IWM stocks are holding up very well. AXP was green, I believe. AXP. Okay, just barely green, drifting down though, but it didn't have that huge plunge. So Apple, let's look at Apple, AAPL. Okay, Apple pushed up towards VWAP. That's the first time it's done that in a few days. So we'll see if we finally start to get a little bit of relative strength building here in the overall market, and then we want to see kind of a backdrop come in where VIX continues to fall, and then the rest of these continue to push upwards. So actually some decent green volume coming in on QQQ on the 5-minute there. So we want to see that follow through. If not, it's just a bounce and then a fail. But again, I know I've been saying this multiple times, but we are stretched to the downside now. Short term, we were stretched at the open, and then we got this nice little flush, and then it stretched it even further to the downside. So look here. So if this is the correction, then we want to see tick pick up, you want to see breadth improve, and everything else kind of come along with it. Q's pushing VWAP there. All right, so here is Q's 60-minute. Here's our QQQ 60-minute. So we came into this previous area that we were watching, and now we are oversold. Again, that's just not an absolute indicator, but it's just to give us a backdrop. Oversold, and now we're pushing. Apple's pushing VWAP. Q's pushing VWAP. Okay, so if you were looking to take a long trade here, if you're looking for a breakout trade here, then I would just wait until you get a nice confirmation of this move above this. Okay, if you took this trade at VWAP, okay, possible rejection at VWAP. All right, so I just kind of let this build a little bit, maybe build another flag. If it does start to push to the upside, then your entry is up here with the stop below here. All right, but again, I don't want everybody to go in all crazy long, so these would probably be a quarter or a third of your normal trade if you're thinking about doing anything on the long side, okay? Because again, this just could be a consolidation, bounce, and then a failure, but So ES, 2 wicks down on 60 minute. So those are holding now. So at the minimum, so here's what on the ES you look. You actually have some lower highs. I mean some higher lows. Okay, kind of building like this. So at the minimum, you would need to see these wicks hold. Okay. Look at the SPY 60 minute here. Okay, so SPY daily, we tested just above the 50 MA into this kind of 270 area and the lower part of that trend line on the QQQs, and we're holding for now. QQQ weekly didn't necessarily get back to the 10 MA. Let me find my 60 minute. That's the SPY weekly. Sorry, got to flip through all these charts here. Let me get to the next one. Okay, 2 wicks down here, which is nice. On the 60 minute, okay, so we've kind of built a higher low on the wicks into this area here that we were watching. Okay, so as of now, we've got our overshoot of these areas here, and we're into that price. Okay, so if price does get back above this, we have some area to move overhead for some clean air, all the way back up here to roughly that 344, 346 area. So we'll be watching for that. Again, like I said, stretch to the downside. So at the very least, this has to hold going into the end of the day and into next week if there's any chance that we're going to start getting a move back to the upside. All right. So VIX below this VWAP would definitely help the overall market. Volatility spike there. Sorry about that. Here we go. Okay. So volatility kind of spiked there, which is like what we like to see, and then start to see this trend back down towards this 2750 area, which would give a tailwind to the market if we're going to move anything back to the upside towards the end of the day. But I have a feeling, being a Friday and holiday weekend, like I said, we'll start trailing the volume off. So we'll see what it looks like. So we got this trend line building here on IWM. At the very least, we need to see this hold on Qs, or this area hold, to give us a chance to the upside. All right, we'll check those out as we move into the afternoon here. Mike, I am in QQQ puts from the morning. When is a good time to add if it gets rejected at VWAP? Okay, let's look at that. So if you've trailed down all the way, you could add some more right here at VWAP. All right, but your stop would definitely be just about flat. Okay, I wouldn't want to see you add a bunch, a chunk, because we've had a huge move down. Okay, so the confirmation would be a move below the previous day low. You can add some here, and then if we start to move down to here, then you just kind of move your stop down for the rest. But I would have already taken some profits, and then I'd have about a third left. Just, I guess at this point in time in the afternoon, you can add here. I just wouldn't be adding as much maybe initially as what you took, just because I don't know if we're going to get that big, next move down. If we do, then that's fine. You can always add on a previous day low break. So that would be the low of the day break. So that would be even more confirmation that we would probably move lower. So then you could add again. This is the first test of VWAP for the day. Okay, so more than likely what's going to happen is we'll fail on the first test, and then if price holds up into this area, then you could get a push over VWAP. But that's why I'm watching Apple over here, because the leaders will get above VWAP before Qs do. Amazon, Apple, maybe Google, Facebook and Tesla will be the first ones to move before the actual Qs do. So that's why I'm waiting. So it would be more conservative to wait for. Yeah, that would be a confirmation break. Okay. As of right now, we're just testing VWAP, so this may be a little bit more of a spec entry. What you can do though is you could make this into a box. I'll show you what you do here. You kind of make this into a little box like this. Okay. And then if you get a break below this box, then you could have an entry here with your stop above VWAP. Okay, on another portion of your puts. So basically you're just managing the risk. That'd be a very small stop. And you'd get stop out quickly, and then you'd still have your continuation from the morning, which would give you still a nice payout on your initial trade. Hopefully that makes sense. But since we're starting to go sideways now and kind of build this base, I necessarily would not be looking to short right back at VWAP, even though this is the first test. Okay, because the selling is kind of settled out. Sellers are probably becoming a little exhausted, kind of the same thing we saw yesterday into the 12 o'clock hour. And again, like I said, it's a Friday, so I think you'll see volume drop off a little bit. All right, so this Apple trade right here is a confirmation would be a break above here, okay, and then your stop would be down around here somewhere if you're looking for a long trade. But again, this is just at VWAP, so more than likely it's going to just chop around here a little bit unless we get a really quick move to the upside. But you can see that this Q, so if it holds in this upper half of the range, then that's kind of showing relative strength compared to what we had for the rest of the day. So you can see what SPY did. We had the quick move down, and now we're just going sideways and kind of consolidating basing. So the sellers have been exhausted a little bit, and that doesn't mean it can't resume, but we're just, the rate of descent has kind of leveled off a little bit. Okay, WKH is strong. Oh yeah, very strong. Man, that is strong. Yeah, I like that. Nice. WKH is very strong. Looks good there. Nice. Oh, Apple. Okay. Yeah. WKH. Nice push there. All right. So I wouldn't be going crazy. All right. But if you see some stocks that you want to day trade showing some relative strength, then that's pretty much what I would be looking for. So Apple forming this nice flag here. So if we get above VWAP here and get a flag breakout, then that is definitely a long for a day trade with your stop below this flag here. Okay, so that would be a move above here, and your stop would be here, so very minimal risk on a day trade there. And then you want to see VIX continue to drop. You want to see Qs break above VWAP, and all these others start pushing. Okay, so Q's kind of building this flag here. Again, this could easily fail, but building a nice flag there. SPY just sideways. IWM trying to hold this kind of upper trend line here. All right, so Apple, here we go. If we get a break on this flag to the upside, then this is kind of be a first area we'd watch, and then the next area would be up here. Okay, let's see. Tesla, let me see. Pushing back towards VWAP. kind of got this downtrend or this trend line here that I would be watching in this kind of area right here. So for me, I'd wait for it to get above VWAP and then kind of form a flag, and then maybe look for it to move to the upside if you're looking for a day trade. Okay. Um, Again, long-term trades in long-term accounts, you need to make sure you manage your risk. If you're looking for stocks that you're wanting to buy to hold on to, Tesla is holding the 21E, which is very nice. Okay, so your stop at the minimum is 372, which is the low of the day here. If it breaks that next week, then you're out. All right, so if you wanted to take a 1/3 tier, you could here. I mean, I want this to show me relative strengths towards the end of the day, though, so I would more than likely wait for confirmation on that. Oops, sorry. So let's just flip through all these. Okay, so Apple's just sorry. Amazon, what a bounce off the 50-day. Holy cow. That was a very nice bounce there. Facebook back above the 21E. Nice. Microsoft trying to get back above the 50. NVIDIA is just below the 21E. SPY is below it, as we said. And Tesla right at the 21E. Okay, so we don't have to jump in these right now. I would just wait and see how these react. All right, because you just don't want to blindly buy a moving average. All right, we want the meat of the move. So there goes Tesla pushing. So if you're in a day trade and want to look at, for a day trade, Qs are pushing, nice. So TQQ could be a one you want to get in. All right, so if this pushes above VWAP and continues to push higher, so your stop right now is right here on a day trade. Okay, Q's pushing nicely, good. Okay, beautiful. VIX is dropping. Nice. Good. Good. Okay, so this is what we want to see on a reversal. Okay, our rate of descent slowed. We build a base. We test VWAP and flag, and then we break out. Okay, this is textbook reversal. And then VIX is confirming now nicely, and TQQ confirming there also. All right, so then the next thing we want to see, so Q, actually this is crazy. So QQQ is the first above VWAP. So that's very interesting, okay, because those were the ones that were getting slammed the hardest. So the first ones of VWAP are basically the ones that I would be looking to take, even though IWM held up very well, because these definitely could, get pushed back down. But so IWM needs to get above VWAP and SPY needs to get above VWAP. So our previous day low is right up here at 284. So if we push up towards that area, that's the first area to possibly look for a failure. Okay? Let's see what Workhorse is doing. WKHS. Beautiful. Oh, wow. Big push on Workhorse. Good. All right, so let's watch that going into the rest. Big volume. Excellent. Let's watch that going into the rest of the day. VIX confirming. Drop off. Beautiful. Okay. So now we'll look at our SPY 60-minute. All right. So I want to really focus on that lower high that we looked at on those wicks. All right. That's extremely important. Okay, we're seeing that. Nice. Hold on one second. Let me get this back up here. Now, again, this could all fail. Okay, nobody knows. But what we're using is we're using the information we have at hand to make the informed decisions. Okay, so now we're seeing these lower highs on these first two 60-minute candles. All right, so this is your line in the sand now. All right, or your lower of the day, or you can even just have a stop below what your entry is. So we're kind of seeing a little bit of divergence here on the RSI. It didn't go as low as it did before, and then Stowe is actually creeping up a little bit. So that could definitely turn back down. with price, but we want to see this continue to confirm and not be an absolute. So if we get back above 340 here, we have an opportunity to move higher a little quicker because there's not as much supply here. Everybody see that? So this is, I'm not saying we're going to do it today. Obviously, this is just our first bounce. So more often than not, what happens is we get our first bounce. You'll get a candle chop around here, maybe even test the low of this candle. Okay, and then you have to build something before you get a reversal. So this just is not an absolute reversal, all right, but we're just taking a few things we have at hand and looking at the information and possibly taking some trades if you're wanting to do that intraday. Tesla pushing, okay, and with the ferocious move that we had down, we definitely could see just some moves up and then some quick drops back, okay, just because the volatility is higher at the moment. All right, so this definitely could just chop back and forth, so I don't want anybody to just go crazy all in, so. I bet Rob, I don't know if Rob trades on Fridays, but I bet he was licking his chops on this one and Amazon. Amazon, nice bounce. Okay, so if you were looking at the 50 MA and you took that bounce and above 31.96, you had a nice move up there, and then it's kind of just building there. So we'll see. Yeah, nice wick there on Amazon. So we want to see VIX continue to come back down. Okay. CAGG. Yeah, CHGG was weak before this pullback. Okay, it had distribution. Yeah, it is back above VWAP, but it had major distribution before this pullback. I believe it's below all the major moving. Believe it's below all the major moving averages on the daily too. So that's not something I would be jumping in at the moment. Probably needs to take time to build a base. If you're looking for a day trade, absolutely. Be happy to take that. But if it's some long-term thing you're looking at, it was kind of relative weakness to the overall market before, so I just wouldn't jump on that immediately. So. Okay, so we just need to see, going into lunchtime now though, unfortunately, so we just need to see Qs and SPY continue to build. You want to see these get back above VWAP and above the previous day low. So the previous day low for IWM is actually pretty close. The problem is this kind of rising wedge triangle here, so we definitely need to negate that. So 284 is the previous day low on Qs. So that would be a first area I'd look for a retest if price continues to get up there. WKH, a ton of volume came in, building nicely, 240 overhead. So we'll see how that one continues the rest of the day. VIX continues to drop. So volatility coming off there. That'll definitely help us a little bit. But you want to see volume come in too. So I don't want to see these just rise, but a decent volume right there on that reversal. And then you want to see volume continue to build here if you're looking for longs. Okay. Hopefully that makes sense to everybody. Apple, nice bounce. All these are doing well. So pull this candle glance over and you can see what's happening here. So Apple's above VWAP. So what I like to do is I like to have these up and I like to look for the first stocks that are above VWAP. And those will be the first ones that I jump in because those are showing the most relative strength and the quickest move. So Apple's above VWAP first, Tesla's above VWAP, Nvidia pushing VWAP. So those are the first three that I would look to get in. All right, because those are already above VWAP, telling you that those are the first ones to move with the overall indexes. So as I said, when you're watching tech in general, for reversal, you want to see those move first, and then you'll see Qs move. So Apple started forming a bottom before the Qs did down here. All right, so if you're watching the leaders and you have a leader watch list up, you'll see those begin to reverse before the rest of the market does. So VIX looks like it wants to come off there. VIX put trade actually would have worked very nicely there, even though I didn't take it. But breakdown there, you could have made a decent amount of money in VIX puts there. Excellent. So we've made money both ways today, short and long. So if you took this break here, and into here, now we're forming this kind of consolidation base here. And then if you were looking for a long here, you could be in one. Or if you take individuals, Amazon, Apple, Tesla, Amazon building a very nice flag here. So if this holds above VWAP, definitely could quickly push higher. VIX continues to drop. All right, so this Amazon could definitely get going quickly if this flag kind of breaks out to the upside. So okay, yeah, we'll be watching that area there, Brian. Brian's showing an area where the NQ futures could possibly get a little overhead supply. So message retracted. Okay. So if anybody else wants to look at anything else, we'll look for it. So now what you want to see is you want to see ticks come in and pile on to hopefully confirm this, and you want to see breadth turn, which would be a good idea, and just help that. So. All right, so I see some people discussing Tesla, Qualcomm, Pins, AMD, ZM, FVRR, Z, and Peloton as relative strength to the market. So those might be some ones you want to take a look at. Let's see what Qualcomm's doing. Qualcomm broke out of that base nicely back towards VWAP. That's good. Pins, let's see what Pins is doing. Okay, Pins already back above VWAP is nice. FVRR. Nice. Big quick move on FVRR. Nice. So Q's looking like they want it. So VIX continues to pull back, push there. SPY coming up to VWAP. So this is going to be our first initial test on SPY. See how we react at VWAP. Pins relative strength. FVR is a rocket. Man, that thing is moving fast. Nice. All right. So again, if you're taking day trades at the moment, just manage your risk. All right. Just don't go all in long. If you want to do just a third or a quarter, that'd be fine. I would expect us to come up here and test VWAP and pull back and shake people out. All right. I just don't expect this to just rip from the bottom. That's just not usually how price action works. All right, because it'll get everybody in long. and then shake some people out, probably even come back and test this stop or even down in here, or even the low of the day. If not, I'd be pleasantly surprised. Okay, um, pleasantly surprised and happy to help. All right, so we got the futures kind of building this um, flag again back into this 3400 area. So for me, we have to get over 3400. Um, so yeah, 3400. I think we have to get over that because that's kind of the daily back test breakout area. So we did overshoot, and then we kind of just building this flag right here. But back above 3400, a move back to 3420 could be pretty quick. So let's just watch that. Tesla above VWAP. Okay, let's check that out. Yep. So basically, what you want to see here is building this flag. I would need to see it at least hold VWAP or this previous box. All right. So let me show you guys how I do this. All right. So I build boxes. All right, and I just wait till these boxes continue to stack on each other for day trades. All right. So this is a box, or it could almost be like a triangle. Okay. So you kind of got like a little downtrend triangle. So this is a box here. All right. So if you're in a breakout, depending on what your risk is, so if you did, take this breakout here, then at the minimum it has to hold up here. I know that's not very much profit, okay, but it should not violate this here. All right, if it does, it's probably going to come back down here and test this previous price point area here, okay? So that's the minimum. Could be, it could be a bounce and fail. That's what I'm talking about. As I said, normal price action would not be unlikely to bounce and then come down and test even into this consolidation area. Okay, that's just normal price action and how it works. It has to hold the low of the day. So if you're in any longs at the moment and you're thinking about, holding, it has to hold the low of the day, because once it breaks the low of the day, it's making a lower low on the day. Okay, and that's not what you want to see, relative strength. Okay, so you want to see these at least hold above your low of the day, depending on what stock it is, what index it is, it doesn't matter. That's the minimum variable that it has to hold. Okay, hopefully that makes sense. But that will help a lot of people from holding longs through a weak market into the weekend and taking too much risk. All right, I would rather be out of something that doesn't hold the low of the day and then have that cash and take a small loss to be able to get back in something when it sets up again and has shows relative strength and shows me a good proper buy point. Because if you're in cash, then your thinking is a lot clearer than if you're holding this thing that broke the low of the day and continues down and you're just losing money. All right, so you'll be able to execute much better with something that you're out of than you're in and have a big loss on. All right, that makes sense, hopefully. Anton's looking at H. Let's look at H. Oh, Hyatt, very nice. Wow. Wow, that's awesome, Anton. Holy cow. Very nice. So, that hotel's getting a bounce there. Very interesting. That's awesome. Okay, so see what we're seeing on Tesla now. You're back testing this VWAP kind of flag breakout area. So even if you bought the breakout, this is your stop. This is your minimum stop here. And if you were in options and you took, a quick move, took some profits, then that is your minimum stop there. Hopefully that makes sense on the day trading portion of it and kind of how I look at it if I'm day trading, which I don't do very often. But then you can apply that to a 60-minute time frame. All right. And sometimes it's hard for people to see these boxes. They're kind of like, what are those? But if you kind of try to put price into a logical format, then it helps. Something that you view. All right, so you see that, kind of big consolidation box here. So for me, it needs to hold at least this, box and not get down into this box. But if it goes back down into this box, then it's, still consolidating above here. But if it holds above here, these highs of these candles, then that's kind of showing me relative strength also to the overall market. Then again, if we get another breakout, then what'll happen is it'll move up, and then it'll come back down and it'll flag again and build another box. And we just keep stacking the boxes, okay? The more boxes you stack, the stronger the uptrend is. So just a little fun with the day trading thought process there for me. And this is just pure price action. That's all this is. This is not me trying to read, anything else. It's just, pure price action. And these same patterns repeat over and over throughout the day. You'll see see the boxes go down, or you see the boxes go up. Okay. So he's looking at QSR. Very nice. All right, so a lot of the IWM stocks are getting flow and push. It's like cat. Nice. Cat's pushing there a little bit. Deer. Okay, still just kind of hanging out. JPM. Nice bounce off the 240E. Okay, that we have watch 240E there. Good bounce there. GS. Little bounce there. MS. Okay, trying to form a flag, but under VWAP. Okay. Okay, so we kind of see VIX flagging right here. So then what you would want to see on the VIX is the same deal with rectangle. You'd want to see this. Sorry guys, I don't know how to get rid of that. No, clear. There we go. You would want to see this break down also. Okay. Or back test a VWAP and then continue to break down. So that would be a tailwind for the longs. All right. So what I'm anticipating is this probably come back down here, maybe chop around a little bit, but it definitely needs to hold this kind of price area here. That's the minimum. Okay, let me take a look at the sectors. Let's see what we got. Sector review. Okay, XLF is down the least, which is great, and then XLI and XLE. So XLI still holding up well too. So let's flip through XLF real quick. We'll go through all these, 10 per page. Let's see what we got here. So AIG is still green. AXP holding very nicely. All right, so this is one that I'd be looking for the long side, maybe for extreme long-term trade. If this holds today very well. Okay, BAC Doji Day, BK kind of Doji Day. Okay, BlackRock. It's a little bit more volatile than the rest of them, so it pulled back, but on lower volume. Berkshire B still above the 21E. Not much pullback there. Citigroup Doji Day. Chubb. No volume today, just kind of hanging out. CME broke down a little bit. COF. Wow, 4.45% today. Holy cow. Nice. GS, just building a nice flag, okay. All right, so it looks like we're trying to push the upside a little bit there. JPM, MET. So all of these would be ones I would review over the weekend if the market, so these haven't hardly pulled back at all, okay, with this huge move down in the market. So these are showing crazy relative strength. They're green today. All right, crazy relative strength. So these would be the ones I would looking at if we start getting a pullback to the upside. And if these don't move back to the upside, okay, so then I'd be a little suspect. Um, let's see what else we got. XLY. So Amazon, yeah, Amazon, as Anton was saying, is the biggest portion of XLY, but there's many in there that do very well. So Charter, Comcast, Disney. All right, so you want to see this VIX breakdown. You want to see this hold in the upper kind of 50, 75% of this box here. So it tested the bottom of the box, all right, and VWAP still kind of holding. So you want to see that. Yeah, David. That's so basically what it does is it just kind of builds you a floor and gives you a visual. Okay, so if we would come up here and I'd get a box up here and then we get a breakdown, okay, then that's a trend change. All right, so as of now, we've based, we broke one box, broke another box, and then we're just inside this third box. Okay, so then you just keep stacking those boxes up, and that kind of gives you a visual about a trend change. So VIX has done the same thing. All right, so we had a box here. And you can use whatever you want. Okay, I'm just giving you, a look. Sorry, let me move that out of the way. Whoops. Okay, so we had a box there. Had a box here that broke down. Okay, so you can see the boxes that were going up. This wasn't really a box, okay, because we really didn't go sideways for 2 or 3 candles, but you kind of could have done that. But then we got a trend change, so now we're back down here. So if this is going to trend change again, then I need to see those boxes kind of stack back up on top of each other. So that would be what I'd want to see. Just another visual, all right? Just to make it easier for some people, because some people it's hard for people to read just standard price action. So I'm just flipping through the XLYs here. Home Depot tested the 50 MA. Lowe's is just above the 50. Marriott actually held in extremely well. McDonald's still above the 21E. Netflix tested the 50, 2150 area on lower volume. Nike above the 21E. BKNG still holding in well. Ross Stores holding in well. Wow, a lot of the consumers are holding extremely well. Target back to the 21E. TJX held in well. Yep. So those are ones we need to look at over the weekend if market decides to get some, when the market decides to get a little bit more to the upside. Those can be ones that we can look at. So. All right, takes a little while to put in a bottom too. Don't want everybody to think that just 1, 2, 3 days or just one day you're going to get a quick reversal. All right, so you're probably going to get back and forth. It's going to happen. Okay. We just had a big move, and we could even test the lows again, like on that 60-minute wick. Okay, we could even test another 60-minute low again. Open up maybe Tuesday and test a low, and then if it holds, then buyers step in. So. Okay, I like this futures kind of look here. BA's green. Let's look at that one. Anton's looking at BA. Oh yeah, big push on BA. So consumer discretionary is ones you definitely need to be looking at because those are the ones that are moving and are green. I mean, I still like tech, for trades back up or if you're day trading, but those are the ones we need to be looking at. BA is moving very quickly. Nice. Workhorse. Workhorse. Nice. Beautiful. Yep. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. All right. So again, we want the meat. We're looking for the meat of the move. Okay. We don't want to just bottom tick a lot of these. So again, I'd like to see this kind of base um, pattern. Price go sideways, and then have a real confirmation breakout. Okay. That's what I'd like to see. Arun, tick is in TOS. Okay, and I don't have that up and running. Um, Let me see if Grover can. Or Corey, you got that too? Um, Corey, I don't. That oh, workhorse. Boom. WKHS. Beauty. Nice. That is perfect right there. Corey, I don't know if I got to figure out how to save this, because if I click save, it saves a watch list, but it doesn't save the format. Obviously, I know there's some way to do it. Um, I just haven't looked into it yet. Oh, WKH. Boom. Wow. WKH. Big volume. Nice. All right. So now we need to see this VIX continue to drop. Would be lovely. Um, WKH is great. That's awesome. Ticks down. Okay, so they're not coming in yet. Okay. Arun, yeah, we actually have tick and breath and everything else lined up. I'll get somebody to share that for you. All right, in one chart. All right, so nice push there on WKHS. Okay, into the 240E. So we'll see what happens there. So you can see Q's just going sideways into the lunch hour. So SPY. So here's what I like to do also. Okay, I like to draw a trend line, kind of in the upper 50% of. Oh my goodness, why can't I draw a trend line? There we go. I'd like to draw a trend line in the upper 50% of a range. All right. So I like to see price, if it's going to try to move to the upside, hold in the upper 50% of that range. Does that make sense? Okay. So if you were using fibs or whatever you wanted, that would be a move up, and that'd be like a 50% retrace. So that is showing you relative strength below that. Then more than likely you test the bottom of the box. All right. And that's not an absolute, and I'm not telling you to put your stops there, but that is just what we want to look. Okay. So IWM, holding that trend line. I'm just going to move it a little bit. Excellent. Okay, so here's the tick and breath. Sorry. Do, 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 do. So Grover shared that tick and breath with me. So tick hasn't turned yet. Um, breath is not that bad. NYMO hit minus 87. It's very good. Very nice. Actually hit minus 150 here. Minus 87 there. Nazi, good. That's actually okay. So now we want to see tick cross above here and start heading back to the zero line, and you need to see them. So VIX is coming down nicely. And then you want to see some high ticks come in, if that's going to happen. IWM pushing, beautiful. SPY, beautiful. We got to get over VWAP here. Got to take out this high and VWAP. Until then, that would just be a rejection. All right. So VIX trying to break this box low. Awesome. Oh, thanks, Corey. Yeah, there we go. Okay. All right. So any of the tech stocks, obviously, probably. Let me pull those up. Are open for day trades if you want to look at those. Basically, all I'm watching is just all the indexes at the moment. Um, Apple's above VWAP. Tesla pushing nicely. These are trying to get above VWAP. Okay, so those need to get above VWAP. XLY, though, is where it's at right now. Those are moving very well. So IWM. So Q's pushed above VWAP, but it's just going sideways. VIX is continuing to drop. So I would definitely be looking at the IWMs. Consumer discretionary XLYs. Oh, Hilton. Beautiful breakout. So you could pull up all the hotels, you could pull up all XLY discretionary and be flipping through those. VIX coming down. There we go. VIX breakdown. Nice. So we got to get over view app. Okay. Excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. WKHS. Beautiful. Buyers came in for that. Okay, so I am in this. My fill was sorry. I had an order out there and I don't have my trading platform up. Let me see what my fill was. Dang it, what was my fill? My fill was 1778 was my fill on WKHS. Awesome. Beautiful. Beautiful. Pushing well. All right, so anything that's off the 50 MA on the tech stocks, that should be your absolute line in the sand. If you're looking for something to go long, I'm not telling everybody to just jump in all crazy long, but if that is within your trading plan and what you use, then I would think that would be a good area to put your stop. Okay, so Apple, depending on where you want it to be. I mean, so if it breaks this low, you're out. But if for a long-term trade, the risk reward is pretty good here at the moment. And if you get taken out, fine. I mean, even below the 50 MA for a very long-term trade, so you're talking 13 points, so roughly a 10% stop, on starting a quarter position is nice. Amazon held the 50 MA, okay, so I know that's a bigger stock, but not. So Facebook 21E, so your stop, would be low of the day minimum on a long-term trade. Oh, awesome, Nick. Great to hear, man. Great. Okay, so NVIDIA, your stop would be at the low of the day. So SPY, we'd like to see it get back above the 21E, so that'd be 342. If it recovers to 21E today, that would actually be fantastic. Workhorse, kaboom. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Beautiful. Nailed that one. Excellent. All right. SPY's trying to push VWAP. IWM pushing VWAP. VIX drop. Excellent. Great. So I hopefully helped everybody out there. Okay. Even just on shorter term day trades, this could absolutely reverse again, guys. So I don't want everybody to just say this is the bottom, because we can't say that. It's always hindsight. We need multiple days. We need multiple time frames to confirm, that this is that pullback. Okay, because we could easily bounce on SPY back up to the previous day low and fail. All right, but actually, we're seeing a few more things confirm. Consumer discretionary is confirming, IWM's confirming, Q's is getting ready to break out of this flag. Okay, so you want to see all those line up and kind of get behind you. And once those line up, then you have a little more conviction. That's how your conviction builds, to get a little bit, add on to your trade. All right, and so overall, what I would have done is I would have just done a starter position here or wherever. All right, and then you can add to it, say, I don't know, Apple. You can do a starter conviction or starter trade when you get an initial breakout here. All right, and then if it starts to push more, then you can add to your position. All right, and then just move your stop up. So that's how you build a position into a trade without going all in and then possibly losing 1%. So yeah, okay, let's look at Walmart on the daily. Probably be a better chart to look at, David. Sorry, and pull that over. We just had a massive move down, guys. So things can change pretty quickly, back and forth. So again, it would not be out of the realm of possibilities to come back down and test some of this area. Okay, so Walmart's holding the 8. Wow, that's pretty awesome. So your stop would be low of the day minimum. Let's look at a 30-minute. So the low of the day was 140.10. Okay, so it's kind of building this triangle here. I'd like to see it show a little more relative strength. But if you're trying to get in the low of the day, 140.10, so you're looking at $1.20 risk on that. So that should be the absolute stop on that. So yeah, it's building. Let's see here. So it's kind of building this triangle here. All right, like this. So you don't want to see this break out of this triangle. You want to see it move up to VWAP and then clear this decent area overhead, which is the breakdown area, okay, where a lot of trades went off. So that should be your minimum. All right, so if it breaks out and towards VWAP and you enter here, then your stop would be 140.10. All right, that would be the minimum you would want to risk on that. Hopefully that helps. Okay, so this is what I was talking about. We held in the upper 50% of this range, okay, and now we're actually above the 20E, which we hadn't been since the open. All right, so that 20E is going to kind of circle back up and probably maybe give us a backstop. And then if this builds, so if this goes up and then builds along this VWAP, that would be even better, okay? So VIX confirming, Q's pushing out of this box. So previous day low 342 should be our first area that we need to watch. Okay, so that's our first, whoa, sorry, dang. This is our first target area right here. All right, so if you're in a call trade from here, this is your first target area. And then you just move your stop up, keep moving your stop up. But here, I would take a larger chunk off if you get a wave up to here, because more than likely we're going to come up to here and then get a price reaction. So IWM is over. So if this holds above VWAP, that would be a significant change in character. All right, significant change. So VIX keeps continuing to come down. VXX puts would have been very nice. Tesla. Okay, so David, Walmart's building here. So if you were looking for a trade on this, you could take this breakout right here, and then your stop would be right under here. All right, for a move back to VWAP and then on. And then what happens is this can build into a swing trade. Okay, so it starts on this time frame, and if it holds this and then it builds and you have a nice profit, then you can look to swing it, concurrent days. So that's how a day trade can build into a swing trade. All right, you want to make sure you have enough cushion though, that if for some reason it opens and pulls back, you're not in a loss. Okay, good. Yep, makes sense. Good. All right, so futures just haven't really built. Let's see what futures. There we go. Okay, futures above 3,400. Excellent. That's what we wanted to see. So our next move overhead would be the 3420s area. All right. Excellent. Man, we built this perfect. Good job. Good job. Good job. I'm going to say there was a reason I wanted to take my lunch early. Okay. I don't know, just had a feeling that we were going to bounce. And I hate to say that. I don't like it when people say that at all. But just some things I was seeing across the board in price action. We couldn't push lower. Tech actually come into some major areas. Beautiful. FAS. Nice, nice, nice. So here's the supply thing that comes in. All right, we had these quick moves here. So all these we're doing, we're running stops. And when that happens, you don't necessarily build a floor, or you necessarily don't build a ceiling, because these are just quick moves. You haven't had volume by price profile trade in here. If I had volume by price on, I was, Anton. But I'm telling you, I just was watching this and I'm like, we're reaching that 10 to 12%, freak out area for most people. And that last push down and that VIX spike is what really got me. Now, I have no idea if this is the low, and I'm gonna say it may not be. Okay, but it just for the risk reward opportunity, I just didn't see it more to the downside. So again, we could be absolutely wrong going into next week, but just just my thought process when I was watching price action. It's funny because I wasn't even watching tick, and the tick is still down. So if that decides to confirm and change, or we get some extreme tick along the way, that would just kind of add fuel to the fire. But I believe I was kind of thinking, maybe you can. I was kind of thinking everybody was shorting in the hole because everybody missed the move yesterday and was shell shocked. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I'm with you on that. Wait till Tuesday. Totally agree. Anton was talking about wait until Tuesday to get in longs. We don't want to we don't want to bottom ticket. Okay, we definitely want to catch the meat of the move, and these will base and build up and form proper buy points on daily charts. All right, but this ES reversal now gives me a little bit more conviction than what I had earlier. But this 3430 breakdown area overhead is kind of going to be the first level. But 3400 was the daily breakout level on the ES, that big long pivot. And we overshot it, and now we're jumping back up. So I'm going to kind of give you, here's my ABC scenario for this. ABC scenario would be here, boom, and boom, back down here, and chop around, and then possibly look for this to move back up. That would be the ABC scenario. Kind of an A, B, and then C, D up into there. Okay, so nice. Graver, that's a great Amazon trade, dude. That 50 MA was stellar. Okay, so now we're seeing these Qs breaking out of the box. Okay, so if you're long on that and taking a day trade, you can move your stop up to here. SPYs held that upper half range back above VWAP, so our first target's up here, 3342.50. Let's see what WKH is doing. WKHS. Grover nailed that on those Amazon calls. I mean, just stellar. Awesome, awesome. So 770 was okay. So we're almost $1 on WKHS now. Um, wow, 25 to 42. Yeah, that was a great bounce off the 50 MA. So we need to see IWM hold VWAP, Qs, kind of hold up in here. So I'm gonna go to, yeah. So we got the bounce in ES. Um, okay, so let me bring the ES back over here and kind of show you guys what I'm looking at. Um, I don't think there's anything else along here, is there? No. All right. So the further left you go, the least relevant it becomes. So that's one everybody to look at. So this flag on the 5-minute was pretty stellar. If I had the 5-minute chart up, we would have seen this. I'm not used to trading 5-minute charts. You would have seen this here. You'd have seen this here. Okay. Box flag kind of breakout here. And then now we're going to move up. So now what you want to see is this kind of come back down here, form another flag, and then look to the upside or form a consolidation above. Form a consolidation above this kind of trades that took place here. All right. Good, 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 good. All right. Anybody else? We doing good? Awesome. Nick, that's sweet, man. So Nick took a good trade on a SPY 338 call, so $1.40 profit. So he took $400 off that. Excellent. That's what I like to hear. Oh, good. All right, so VIX continues to meander. Q's holding here. SPYs. All right, good. Okay. All right, let's look at a 60-minute on the SPY. Let me grab my indicator chart real quick here. Okay, so here's what we got. We're, holy cow. We're back above Amazon's 170 from the low. Wow, jeez. So we're back above this volume by price, which is pretty awesome. But we need to see the volume come in. So we want to see volume confirm this. Okay, so I said we had the higher lows in these 60 minutes. Okay, that's kind of the wick on the ES and SPY that we were looking for. Again, so we had a big push. Could possibly get rejected here because we filled this gap. All right, that would be my first area of rejection to look for. But we're short term. We got this divergence here. Short term, the risk was to the upside. I mean, it just was, the risk was just to the upside. Okay. So we'll see what happens from here. I'm not saying this is the low. Okay. I'm not calling that, but this is where we want to watch. All right. Okay, we got the gap fill there. Good. Okay. Okay, excellent. I mean, that was a pretty quick move, though, I will say. So now we're going to probably try to figure out, was that the real one or was that kind of the fake move, and then everybody's going to get, rustled out here, back and forth, ebb and flow, and people get shaken out here. So awesome. uh, Grant, we can go over Snap. Apple took 210 calls, 10 exit. Oh, awesome, Krishna. Man, you guys. Sorry, my mic's away. You guys are killing it. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I mean, it was just kind of a textbook setup for the reversal on that. Again, like I said, day trade's fine. Is it the bottom? Don't know. Okay, so not going to call that at all. Snap, let's go over Snap. Okay. You got a quick dollar in Workhorse, though, if you took anything with me. Um, Snap, nice push up there. Let me look at the daily chart on Snap. Sorry. I'd rather look at daily charts. I'm not a day trader. Did I say that again? Not a day trader. Hope CV's listening. He said he was, so I think we're doing pretty well. Needs to push above this 80 here, okay? We're getting a nice reversal with a low wick, but preferably I'd wait until you get a push above kind of, I mean, you could take a trade here, but I'd prefer to look for more strength basically on the daily. Break out of this flag, this top flag here. You're kind of just taking a spec trade here, all right, because it definitely could come back up. So if it breaks these two on the daily, then I would definitely look to go in. Yeah, see, I mean, we're kind of coming into this previous price area overhead, so your stop is down here. Just not the greatest setup that I would look for. I would probably be trading some other market leaders that are moving first and showing relative strength, kind of in the XLY, XLF. Oh, there's a high tick. Nice. Nice. Okay, so we'll see. Kind of late on the high tick, but awesome. So IWN flagging, SPY, Qs, VIX continues to drop off. Okay, so previous day lows overhead on IWM 153s. Previous day low 342. So that's what we want to see. Okay. So if you were doing fibs, the very minimum you need to see kind of this retrace would be roughly about 50% if you were looking at that. All right, if we don't hold VWAP and retrace. Okay, so basically we're going to try to find out, do buyers have conviction here? Because they're going to shake it. Okay, so our day traders are taking profits into this area. So we're going to see how well it holds, basically is what's going to happen. All right, so if, so if we really have buyers, So if we really have buyers, this is going to hold. All right, the low of the day will be the max hold. You really wouldn't want to see that tested, but you want to see it hold in this area right here. All right, VWAP is obviously institutional buying area. Um, so once you're over VWAP, sometimes you'll see that quick move up, and then you'll see it come back. But this is where we're gonna watch going forward. Um, yeah, snap. I mean, okay, so if you're in a day trade, I have no problem with that. Just a longer term, I would not. So Krishna, holy cow, beautiful, nice, awesome. So Krishna took 1,000 shares. She exited 70%. So awesome, good trade. That was a quick rocket. Um, yeah, we do need tick to confirm and cross up. So we'll be watching that. But as of now, so okay, so what is happening right now? Okay, so everybody's like, what's going on? What's going on? What's happening? All right, so what is happening right now is the some people have taken profits on day trades, and the market is trying to figure out if there's actual buyers here to hold price up. Okay, so we're building another box, David's favorite box here, and then you want to see this hold. Same thing with SPY. Okay, Qs. It's coming back to test this box. All right, and even a pullback into the previous box is absolutely fine, but you want to see those hold. If the trend to the upside is going to continue, if this IWM pushes through out of this box and through the previous day low, I think more buyers will come in because money is moving into the IWM and XLY. So I would think that would confirm there. So Qs are back testing this area, kind of forming a flag. So you can see you had higher volume on this. Okay. So then what you want to see is this bar here engulf these previous two bars, and you want to see the volume continue to pick up. That would be a confirmation that we could push through and push higher. Okay, so another extreme high tick. Beautiful. Excellent. Okay. All right. Okay, so we'll see what happens. So the VIX is back down to pretty much the open. All right. So if it goes below this open, that would definitely be a big tailwind to the market. All right. We don't want to see this kind of spike back up, but falling like this is kind of the first time in a couple days we've seen it actually come back down substantially. So it's lunchtime, and we had this move up during lunchtime. So now we're going to see going into the afternoon session kind of what happens. So anybody that actually like tried to take a long here, if they back and fill this, they might get shaken out. So that's kind of what you want to look for. Anton said RTX. Beautiful. Raytheon. Looks strong. Good, good, good. So if we hold through lunchtime or just get slight pullbacks, that would definitely be a good sign. A whoosh back down would not be a comforting look. Big C. Woohoo! Gosh almighty, that thing ripped. Wow. Let's look at Vert. That was one I was looking at. Building a nice base there. That's an AXP. AXP. Yeah, just kind of chopping around there. Okay. All right. So basically, we're just going to see the conviction of the buyers at the moment. Okay, because they're going to get tested here with a back and fill on price. So then we're going to see how convicted they are to hold the price and step in. So if this back and fills and then more people come in to start picking up shares, then that will give us some more information. If they don't, then more than likely we'll come back down and test some areas. Let me move my stop up on WKHS for this day trade. Let me move this up. Move my WKHS stop up here. Sorry. Just to lock in some profits if for some reason it comes back. Okay. For some reason it comes back, we'll lock in profits on that. Okay. Good. All right, so back and fill. We're getting the back and fill now, and VIX is moving back higher. So this is okay. So Q is going to come back to test VWAP. SPY pulling back to VWAP. IWM just under it. Okay, we'll get this box right here. So now we'll see kind of the commitment of people to hold. So we would not want to see VIX get over this box or over VWAP, okay, because then that would probably weaken the market just slightly more. Yeah, it was definitely a nice bounce, okay, so we'll see after this. We got the bounce. Now we get to see if it was the real deal or we're going to go further down. So this is really going to be the test, okay? So if we come back down and get towards the low of the day, then, then I would look more towards the short side because we'll probably pull back some more. But if not, then, we definitely have an opportunity to move to the upside. So you see how we have to wait for these candles, bars to fill before we get information. Okay, so if you're watching like a 2-3 minute chart, you saw this pop down below, you probably got stopped or could have got stopped. All right. That's why you can't just put your stop right at a low. Sometimes you need to put it just below it, so this allows it to back and fill. Okay. So good back test on Qs there. So we'll see what happens. Back test on SPY and IWM. So now we see if the buyers step up. Nice weekend, everyone. Thank you, my great green week. Tesla hit downside and went long. Nice, Nick. Excellent. Beautiful. Good. Yeah, trade it both ways, if you're day trading. And if you're swing trading, then, you can just wait until Tuesday for some better entries. Let the market prove itself, okay? Okay, so the ES is kind of doing what I anticipated here. This is a 5-minute chart, so we're back and filling here and forming a flag. There we go. Back and filling, forming another flag. Alright, so we'll see if this works out the same as the previous flags or we get a change in character. Change in character would be not a back move to the upside, kind of just a chop around there. So that would give us some more information. Hopefully that makes sense to everybody. So lunchtime lulls. I took my lunch early and we got the move back up, and then now it's kind of the lunchtime lulls. So VIX kind of creeping back up there, but not seeing crazy spikes. So we'll see if we get a drop off into the afternoon. If we get an extreme drop off in volume and we're just going sideways, I'll leave the stream up, but I'm not really gonna do anything. Okay, let's see what we got over here. I'm checking out some R volume here on some stocks. Maybe time for a snack so we can. No problem, man. I will go take a snack. I do like that we're holding SPY, IWM, and Q and flagging. Okay. So kind of everybody's just thinking at the moment. I definitely can get a snack. I'm a snack person. All right, let's see what's on relative volume cap. See if anything. Oh, Tesla? Yeah, no way. Let's see. Okay, so here's their stock beep website. Let me show you guys. I have to pull this over here. Okay, hopefully everybody can see this. So I went to stock beep. I sorted this by market cap. So you can see what's getting relative volume flow today. Okay, so AVGO actually is only down 73 cents and 2.7 R vol. So I make a note of these going into next week. JPM BAC obviously huge R vol today, and they're green. Yeah, green on the day. Okay, so I'll make a note of those going into next week, and those would be trades that I'd be looking for. COF, we already went over that one. JCI, SPG, I know somebody was posting in the room on that one, nice. And DFS, CCL, Carnival, Ally, ON, Semiconductor. Let's take a look at that one. But that's the StockBeep website, and you sort that by market cap. So these are the big boys. I don't want the junk at the bottom, and I want to see what is having relative volume. Okay, so those would be the first ones I'd look at. Let's look at ON. ON. Ooh, nice. Semiconductor, ON. Are you in that, Anton? I definitely like that. ON looking good. AVGO. Goose Green. AVGO. Wow, crazy relative strength to the market. I would definitely, let's look at the daily on that one. That's looking good. Oh, okay. Oh, Swing Trader put on some SSO. Let's see what I was going to look at. Avago. All right, so the ES is kind of building that flag that I thought I was going to build, but the question is, does it hold and move to the upside? So that's what we're going to look for. AVGO. Wow, AVGO is holding the 8-day. Okay, so that is definitely relative strength in the growth world. So one that'd be high on the list. ON, nice volume today. Kind of a big base there, so a move above that would be nice. Let's go ahead and look at the daily on these. JPM, Okay, still looking good. COF. Okay, coming up to the 200-day. DFS. Tested the 200-day. Let's big C. What's big C here? Nice. Wow. That's a big day today. Needs some more volume, but interesting. It's a new IPO. Um, so that could be one we could look for next week. That's what the 60-minute looks for. A big volume reversal on that. Wow. All the way down to 80.50. Yeah, that volume, that was a beautiful pickup down there. Okay, so that'd be one we'll look for. But you could make a watch list, basically, of going to the Stock Beep website and looking at what is showing relative volume, which means they can just be in play. That means institutions are either buying that and moving the shares, or there's some other things going on there. So, all right, so we're getting back and fill on most of the stuff here, just going sideways. VIX kind of creeping up there a little bit. Google did not get over VWAP. JPM flag right at VWAP. Okay, so this was perfect right here. Oh man, sorry. This was an excellent bounce at previous day close. Nice flag here, and now JPM's back up at VWAP. So that would have been a good entry area had you been watching JPM. So previous day high, previous day low, previous day close. Those are areas of interest for me to watch. So SPR high of the day. So we're getting flow in a lot of those. Yeah, nice. That was a big move up on good volume. So yeah, Vago, nice quarter yesterday. Yeah, I think I saw the earnings on the IBD website. So yeah, this is definitely coming back to VWAP to test there. So okay, so as we anticipated, just kind of going sideways. I'd look for a back and fill here, and anything more than that, then I obviously would show kind of weakness in the market. So VIX creeping back up there. So okay, well, we got the bounce, and now we see if buyers are committed on a Friday afternoon. Yeah, VIX is creeping up just a bit there, so we'll see. We'll see if that was just a bounce or if there's some more conviction. We definitely got the quick bounce, and now we're just going to back and fill everything. More course volume dropping off, holding pretty well. Oh, again, I don't know how CV sits here all day. All right, so we'll see what happens here. So I'll leave this box in place here. And we got, man, that workhorse is kind of forming another flag. Definitely a quick pickup on that thing. see what happens. Basically, all we can do is sit here and wait and watch and see what price does. So we got another 60-minute bar close. Okay, so here's what I'm looking at on ES. Okay, so we're building this flag, back testing here. So that's going to be interesting to see if we come down here. We're testing the top of this breakout area here. So if we go back up, or if we just kind of cruise back down in here and pull back a little bit further. All right, so I like to think of these also in waves. Okay, so we had a wave down, and now we have our initial wave up. Okay, so now it's going to be important to see how much of this wave up invades, or how much of this pullback invades this wave up. Okay, is it going to be a significant invasion, or is it going to be just a little bit, into this, and then we start moving back up? So that'll be a big tell, kind of, for what we're going to have probably for the rest of the afternoon. Or we could just kind of chop sideways the rest of the afternoon. Just going to depend on how skittish the buyers are and the sellers that stepped in. That's really going to be the whole gist of kind of what's going on here. So here's something else I'm kind of watching. Okay, on the Qs, we had this kind of pullback here, this is a little more extreme here, but price actually came down and tested the low, while your indicators are not testing the lows. Okay, so you got a divergence there. So a test, low or below is actually extremely possible, because what happens is it'll undercut and shake out anybody that tried to start along. So I'd just like to see, preferably I'd like to see this kind of pull back and consolidate around here, 275.77, and then look for a move back up here if that's what's going to happen. Okay, so VIX coming back up again, right up to VWAP. So let's see how that reacts. See if Qs are kind of holding in there. SPY's kind of holding in there. IWM's holding in there. So we came into this overhead area, which I was anticipating. That's why I drew that line there, and then we got our reaction. Okay, so price reached an area with a reaction so far. The question is, how much of a reaction do we get? All right, I don't know. Nobody knows, but that's going to be what we need to see going forward. So do we come back here on the 60-minute and kind of test in this 338 area? It's like, how much do we come back and test these areas? Or we just kind of build a flag above this box here and then try to push higher? So that's going to be the question. That is the question of the day. All right, I'm going to grab a drink. I'll be right back. All right. So looks to be that VIX is moving higher, and now we're SPY Q IWM rejected up here, and Q's rejected. So now we're pulling back. So that's um, kind of one of the possibilities that we were watching for to see if the buyers would hold up. And looks to be that they could not hold above VWAP here. So then again, if you're in, some quick trades, then that's why I said let's take some profits here and see what the buyer conviction is. So. All right, let me check ES. Rob, yeah, give me just a couple minutes. Let me look at the futures. All right, so here's what happened on the futures. So now we've tried to run up, pulled back, and then now we're back into this previous area right here. So we'll see how we react for the rest of the day. So first attempt was a no-go. First attempt at VWAP was a no-go. So we'll see what happens from there. Yeah, Rob. So my long-term trades, if let's just look at Amazon. Okay, so 1680 is roughly my 1680 is my average. Okay, so what I do is for long-term trades, I'll I will set a tier out system if we get a close below the 21 day. I have not tiered out of Amazon yet. Okay, so my first tier out will be a close below the 50 day. Okay, it's not just a test, it will be a close below the 50 day. I'm in from 1680 down here, and I haven't really added, I've just been writing this. So tier one out would be 50 day. All right, and then the 100 day is kind of 150 day is kind of right around in here. And if we got below that, then that would be a second tier out, and then the rest of my stop would be a close below the 200 day. Okay, so I would still have a 500 per share profit if we close below the 200 day. All right, but personally, I'm looking for a pullback to add on the core position. Okay. Um, Now, you could have managed that differently. Okay, so when you had 20 or 30% move, which most growth stocks after 20, 30% move will pull back, you could have easily tiered out and taken some and been fine, and then left a tier on for below the 50 MA or the rest of yours, and then for a move up, um, try to catch this last wave up. All right, and that's how I work it. All right. Initial stop, I really try not to move up too quickly, because what happens a lot of times is you'll get this initial wave up and it'll come back down and kind of try to shake people out even below the 21 day, and then it'll get ready to move back up. All right, so what I did was I had my core. Once we got this run up, I moved it up to right around in here under the 21 day, a tier, and then the rest of it was flat. Okay, which would have given me still a decent trade, and I would have been in it. But the farther it moves away from your entry, the less you have to move your stop as much, because if you try to micromanage that thing, there's no way you can catch this huge wave up. Um, Hopefully, does that make sense, Rob? And then you can go to a weekly chart depending on if you use a weekly chart. All right, so we got this weekly breakout here, all right, which was a follow through day. And then if you look at the weekly chart, we actually had a flag here on the weekly. So you could have moved your stop up under this flag on the weekly if you wanted, or the 10 MA weekly, which is actually the 50 MA daily. Could have moved it up, and then you could just trail the 10 MA weekly, which is the 50 MA daily on core positions. Okay, so NVIDIA, kind of the same way. We're actually closing. So this is the 8 and 21. Sorry. So we're actually closing below the 21E. So if you're in from down here, somewhere around this range, you could take first tier off. Second tier would be a close below the 50 day, and then you could even do a percent based stop if you wanted. You wouldn't have to use the 200 day. Maybe a 10%, 10, 15% stop from your core, somewhere right around here. So what that allows me to do is to stay in a long-term position, allows the stock to pull back, but not completely take me out of the position. Okay, and I will do that the same thing with swing trades. I'll I'll um, I'll ladder my stops, which a lot of people do. So if you were catching this run up here, say you bought this breakout here and it continues to move higher, then you place one stop here and another stop here. Okay, so then you have two stops. That still allows price to be able to go below this area and test and even recover. So then you keep moving it up. So then you could have moved up here and had one stop here and then one stop here. All right, so that just allows you to trend follow this thing all the way up. And I would assume most people that were majorly trend following are still in these large big cap stocks, because most of the long-term trend guys use 50 and the 200 MA, which is the 10 MA weekly. So that's why I say that I don't necessarily get all freaked out when we have this pullback to below the 21E. All right, because I'm looking for this longer term picture. I'm looking for this longer term picture. I'd like to see this come back, test the 50 MA, build a flat base, proper flat base, and then continue to move to the upside. All right, into the end of year, or even multiple years. You can see if you were using that same trend following system here, then you would have been out here in October of 2018, and then you wouldn't have had this large pull into the downside. You would have been able to capture this move, but not this move. So then you just patiently waited until all this stuff kind of shook out and gave you a proper buy point, and then moved back to the upside. And then when it broke down below, you're out again. So you captured this upside move. This is 10 MA weekly, which is the 50 MA daily. So then once it started to close below, you're out again. And then if you got back above and used that, then you're still trailing. Hopefully that helps. If you need me to explain it a little more, I'll try. But that, I mean, I try to keep it as simple as possible, man. So my initial stop is usually roughly a 7% stop or a previous area.
I can't type into the boxes.
Sorry, or a previous area on a breakout. Okay. So I gave this a really wide stop on my entry, just because I wanted this to be able to come back down here and test this area. And if it would have gone through the lows, then I would have been out. But I wanted this to have room to build. So then you use the 50, 30, 20 tiering system. So you start 50%, and then when you get a weekly or daily flat base breakout, or a 3 weeks tight breakout, or a proper buy pivot cup and handle, then you add another 30, 30% of your total position. Okay, and then you can add another 20%, depending on if you get another weekly kind of area breakout. Okay, so this flag right here on the weekly was a good area to add. This base breakout here, this is kind of a proper kind of flat base cup and handle. I don't know what the depth was. I could have measured that, but that would have definitely been an area to add. So then I just trail, okay, because I'm trying to capture this huge upside profit without much management. All right, and to get big winners, 50, 100% winners, you have to be able to tolerate some volatility. That's why I was trying to tell everybody in the room. Everybody's like, this is not normal. This is not a normal pullback. Well, technically it is, depending on what your time frame is. Okay, I'm a longer term time trader, so a pullback to the 10 MA weekly, 50 MA is normal within my trading style. Maybe not in somebody that's swing trading, okay, or short-term scalping. You would not want to hold for a pullback to the 50 MA on the daily, because obviously you're looking at a 5 or 60-minute time frame. But for my type of trading, these are normal pullbacks at the moment, even the SPY and the QQQ. But if we get below the 50, then that's a change in character for me, and I'll manage my risk accordingly. And then anything below the 200-day obviously is not kosher for me. But you can see what happened during the COVID crisis here. These all pulled back to the 200-day. and tested and held. Okay, Shop was another one. I don't think Netflix even made it to the 200 day. It did. Okay, so it broke the 200 day and then came back through. Um, Amazon actually broke the 200 day and came back through. Okay, so these were my buys. All right, breaking the 200 day and then back through is my buys. Okay, and even if you nibbled here, you could have set your stop here and been stopped out and then been ready to get in here again. All right, I did an early buy here though when it wasn't over the 200 MA. I actually just nibbled here on a core and then added a little more, I think, right around in here on Amazon. But if you use a simple system, you're long above and you're out below, it'll keep you in the trend a long, long time. Okay. So if this closes below the 50 MA, then I'll tear out of my Amazon from here, 1680. I'll take shares off. I already took a little bit off just to lock in some profits because this was kind of a parabolic move here, which everybody was talking about. So, but that's kind of how I do it. Hopefully that helps if you have any other questions. All right, so what we did is we broke that box and then we back tested that box. Um, so we need to see this get back above this box and back above VWAP if we're going to hold there. Okay, so Q's did the same thing, broke, back tested VWAP, so this could be a failure. VIX is back at VWAP, so we'll see kind of how this plays out the rest of the day, but the volume is going to fall off pretty quickly. So, okay, good, Rob. Let me check out the ES here. Okay, so our flag um, didn't really hold this level, but kind of is building back into this level, so we need to see how it's going to react within this kind of price action area here. All right, does it hold in that area, or do we pull back further? VIX creeping up some more there, so that's not a tailwind. So yeah, not much volume at all. These are just completely dropping off. Not much volume there. Hardly any volume there. VIX just kind of hanging out there. So it was nice to see some buyers step up, but they could just bring this back down to the lows going into the end of the day, and then people just won't want to hold anything over the weekend, which is perfectly fine. So you can kind of see these flags. So we had that box there, and then we kind of built this flag that broke down, and then kind of built this flag that broke down. So now the trend on the other direction, which we were watching yesterday or this morning, is the same deal. Okay, so you got this flag here that broke down, and then kind of this flag right here that broke down. So until those change, we'll continue to kind of drift. We'll continue to drift lower. Okay, so if you decided to get in along, then you need to manage your risk, and then look for look for to move your stops up or take some profits depending on what you want to do. So. Man, that was a definite crazy good run in Workhorse. Move that over for the VIX there. Well, we got the Fast and Furious move, and now we're just trundling sideways. Alright, so ES. Got the breakdown, got the wicks, got the quick move back up, and then now we're just kind of, so now we're kind of flagging back here. So if you look at the 5 minute, flagging back here. So that's your trend line here. And then you're going to kind of watch this area right here. See if we get any reaction. Okay. That's kind of what we watch. So we're flagging back there. Okay. Kind of built a little double bottom profile there. Just back testing that area there. So we'll kind of see how the futures react. Good news is that doesn't look like an H pattern. This was the H pattern that we didn't get a confirmation of, so that's good news unless we build a big H pattern and then kind of go back down into here like this and kind of fill that profile out. But you know, H patterns until they're broken many times can fill lower is what we saw yesterday. So so kind of double testing that back, kind of back testing that little spot on the ES. So this is kind of the breakdown area on the VIX I'm watching. So we'll see what happens. You know, again, these are not absolutes because we've had this huge move down, so price can easily, you know, overshoot. People have stops, they undercut them, you know, they get stopped out, and then, you know, price decides to move back up. So. Workhorse showing a little strength there. So SS was posted in the room this ES long-term ES graph, and the SPY and the QQQ and everything look about the same. You know, these long-term up channels. We kind of ran out the top of the channel, um, and now and we kind of just tested the bottom of that channel. So workhorse, nice bounce. So okay, so here's what I want to show you guys. Our our watch list. All right, I have those up usually all the time. Focus list and a candle glance. Um, show you here. And I'm watching these to see what happens. Okay, so obviously Apple's holding VWAP. Um, Amazon came back below. Facebook came back below. Netflix back below. Tesla held VWAP. Okay, so that could be a nice quick trade if we get more room to the upside here. So that's what I do. I keep those candle glance on, and then I just kind of look to see what's moving. So let's look at Tesla there. Okay, so we had VWAP, downtrend line break. Okay, so now it's trying to move back to the upside. So your stop would just break right here, below 400, or even right below VWAP, depending on if you took a trade, breakout. What you want to do is you want to see Qs get back above VWAP, and you want to see all these get back above VWAP, and VIX continue to drop to give you a tailwind on a long trade there. CRM, let me see. Kind of building nicely flagged there right at VWAP. Okay. Big C, yeah, that stock is crazy. I mean, it went from 80 back to 100. Wow, it's building this flag too. Uh, yeah, it's an IBD stock too, I think, or Microsoft. It's a big growth stock, I think. But that's a crazy bounce. So somebody stepped in on that one. Um, Russell's talking about a huge call position in Amazon that somebody put on. So yeah, we're just kind of drifting now. Not really much going on. See if anything comes along after 2 o'clock. But holiday weekend, we got the selling in the morning, and then got our quick bounce, and then not much really going on now. We're just kind of drifting sideways. Another 10%. It's a bear market. I think what were we 12%? I think on the pullback. Let me see. I think we might have reached 12%, maybe. Probably somewhere around in there. Yeah, I think it was close to 12%. Let me see. Q daily. Yep, 12.3 is what I have at the lows. So pretty decent pullback there. Yep, Here's what. Oh, here's what I have. 12.4, and this uptrend line here. 50 MAs right there. Kind of this decent price action area here. We've held that so far, so we'll see. Anything down into here would be 13, 14%. So okay, just kind of meandering sideways. So I may just hang out, leave this on. Not much else going on into the afternoon session here, unless we really get a big move down or a big move up. But looks like coming into almost 2 o'clock, price is just kind of chopping. Q's trying to push back above VWAP there, though. It's pretty good. VIX, so VIX came up to that kind of previous breakdown area and got rejected. It's pulling back down, so that's definitely a positive. You're welcome, Jimmy. Nah, I'm just sitting here. Again, I don't know how CV does it when the market's sideways. I know it doesn't move that much, but going into the afternoon here. I mean, I'd like to see this just get above VWAP and stay above and just kind of chop around the rest of the afternoon. It'd be ideal. Workhorse getting a nice move back up there. It's good. A close below VWAP would definitely be a good first step. A close, close above VWAP, but definitely first step to a trend change along all the indexes here. So. Yeah. So Russell, there actually, I think Russell was talking about it too. It's a huge call buy in Amazon, 73 million, $73 million worth, like some 2,000 calls bought on Amazon. So somebody, not a retail trader, was buying the dip on Amazon. Um, so somebody wants that one. So definitely. Workhorse, nice. So we saw some pickups at the 50 MA. So at SS, yeah. So they said it was tied to stock. Yeah. So there's a CNBC's out there that SoftBank was reportedly was in the huge tech move up. They were buying a bunch of options, but supposedly it was tied to stock also. We'll kind of see how that plays out. I mean, WKHS is just showing some relative strength, guys. I just definitely like that one. Explain some of the ebb and flow? Sure, yeah. So so now it's just completely sideways. Okay. So it depends on your time frame too, but price goes back and forth. But a lot of the information in the sideways base contraction portion is not great information. Okay, we can look at man, WKH is exploding. Um, with volume, nice. Okay, so somebody's buying um, across the board here. I'm seeing the tech move up. Yeah, so price will move back and forth. Okay, and you have to be able to discern what is real price movement and what is just back and forth consolidation intraday junk. Okay, that's why I don't get so caught up. Hold on one second, guys. Okay, sorry. Yeah, so you have to be able to discern from what is normal price movement, just back and forth, filling action, and what is actually movement that's causing the trend to change. Okay, so or causing the trend to change or the stock to move up. So 80% of the time, 70-80% of the time, the market's going sideways. There's really only roughly 20% of the time that it's actually trending. So you have to be able to get into a position, um, manage your risk, but allow that stock to move within its normal movement. Okay, because we see it every day. A stock moves up, stock moves down, stock moves up, stock moves down, and they're like waves. And you can use ATR to um, to understand like what the normal movement is, and if there's an outsized move outside of the ATR, then obviously on higher volume, then obviously there's institutions probably moving that. But it's hard sometimes, especially when you're going sideways for a long time. It's like, okay, is this just stock just consolidating sideways and not doing anything, or is it selling within this consolidation? But I try to give stocks more room within the total risk management portfolio or profile, just because lately we've seen so much just back and forth movement, and you have to give these stocks room to move back and forth without getting micromanaged and stopped out, or you're not going to be able to catch the larger trends. So that's kind of what I've switched on for the longer term trend following and even the 60-minute trend. That's why I've said, um, that's why I was saying until we close below here, which this is 60-minute time frame, okay, the 40E and the 130E, until we close below, the trend is up. We did close below, okay, so I try to give this thing movement or the ability to kind of just ebb and flow back and forth and even come back and test this 21E, but not stop me out. If I was in TQQQ, which was the long 3x long, because you want to be able to capture this upside, because what happens a lot is you'll get this upside, 5 points here, and you're up 10-15% on TQQ, and then it'll come back here, normal retrace back to the 21E, you'll get stopped out, but then you have this 40-50% move that you always miss. So that's why I always try to say, tier in and tier out. Just take a small portion and be able to add to it, or take a small portion off and keep a core portion. Like, so if you bought the breakout, you could have kept a core portion flat even, or just below flat, with minimal risk, and you still would have been able to capture this upside. So I hope that helps, kind of on what I look for the ebb and flow on that. So, okay. All right, so everything's pretty much just kind of wavering back and forth. Oh, LNC, very nice. That's nice. Good. Okay. You're welcome, Corey. All right, here's what I'm just going to go ahead and I'll leave this up. I got some alerts set. If anything happens, I'm going to be kind of watching from afar. So, LNC, that's nice. JPM. JPM back to VWAP. So, all right. So if VIX continues to drop off and we get back above VWAP, um, we definitely could have some ability to move up, and then the previous day lows are overhead. So watch those. Yeah, building nice profile there too. So, all right. So futures got that bounce, that kind of double bounce off that area that we were watching and holding. So broke the downtrend line there. So then the next area overhead's 34.10. So make sure you watch that, and then overhead 34.28. All right, we're actually looking okay towards the end of the day here. Um, it's only 2:30 though, so getting back above and holding VWAP is the first step. Back up to previous day lows will be our next step. Then moving on through this kind of consolidation area. WKHS is just pretty stellar. So TSM, let's look at that. Yep, back towards VWAP. Okay, so we want to see this VIX continue to come down and give us a tailwind in the market. Mini. So here's our candle glance. Okay, let me refresh this. Okay, so these are moving back up nicely. Apple moving, Amazon moving, Facebook, Microsoft, nice pop. Beautiful. SPY, nice. Excellent. Okay, so we were getting that compression that I was talking about in price action. Okay, this is just extremely tight price action here, and usually from compression comes expansion. That's just normal. If you had Bollinger Bands on, these probably were so tight right here, TTM squeeze, whichever you wanted to use, if you use some type of indicator like that. But when price gets extremely tight like this, it has to move one direction or the other, up or down. And we don't know which way, but we were at VWAP, right at VWAP, and it was compressing, so the likelihood that it moves higher is better. So previous day lows overhead, that's good, awesome, lovely. So I looked at that 60-minute chart, and we actually had just on the 60-minute chart, the price was getting very tight also. Okay, we were holding within um, the previous candle. See that? How we're making higher lows now? Higher low here, higher low here, and now we're making another higher low here. So we got to make a higher high out of the top of this box. If we make a higher high, we definitely have the possibility of a reversal in the making here. So even if it comes up here and comes back to test this, that definitely is a possibility for a reversal here. Just on a 60-minute time frame. 30-minute time frame looks even better. So you can look at both of those. So here's our 30-minute time frame. This shows it extremely well. So then you just got this tight box building here. So this is our box here. We broke down from that. Box here, we broke up from that, and then we're building this box here. So we need to take out that 30 or 341.60 kind of wick overhead. I don't want to see that fail. And so then, but on a shorter 5-minute time frame, so 341.60 right here is this. So we could come up here and test it. But then if we get through that 341.60, we have the previous day low overhead and then a move on up. So that's just how we use price action, just strictly price action to kind of lay out our trades and our risk reward. Oh, WKHS, beautiful, beautiful. We nailed that. Awesome, awesome, awesome. We're up $1.60 on that. Oh, huge volume coming in. Big vol coming in. Excellent. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, so we'll see what happens towards the rest of the day. Um, got this move here. So again, we could just chop back around. I don't know. It's a holiday weekend, so excellent. Yep. And it was one of the first ones to get back above VWAP, like I was discussing on the watching your watch list stocks. I mean, it took back VWAP just with a vengeance, and then it never even tested it. So that is crazy strength to the market, where the rest of the market is just kind of chopping around VWAP. When you see a stock like this that's taking it back quickly and then just moving up without the rest of the market moving up, volume coming in, that's definitely showing relative strength to the overall market. So that just kind of how you rank your stocks if you're looking for which ones to kind of get in first from a day trade. perspective, those are the first ones you want to get in. Whichever one gets back above VWAP and then just kind of moves on its own. So basically, it's just saying I really don't care what the market is doing. Huge volumes coming in, and I'm just gonna go on my own, and just set out across the plains. So that's good. Tick you and moving towards flat. I'm gonna say Chad Monster, yeah. I'm gonna say towards the end of the day, if we get some volume come in, I don't know though. It's a holiday weekend. I'm surprised. I'm kind of surprised. I'm seeing this much volume in some of these stocks. But it seems like somebody wants this stock. Um, yeah, I would bet to say Tick would turn back up. So does it mean it's the bottom? No, no. We can't call any bottoms. Okay, bottoms are hindsight, and I don't want to call bottoms. Okay, I just want to look at price and tell you guys and gals what is happening with price at the moment and the information I have at hand. So the information I have at hand is across the board here. VIX is dropping, Q's above VWAP, SPY's above VWAP, IWM's above VWAP, and volume's coming into some leading stocks. That's the information I have at hand. So I'm going to make my informed decision at the moment. And my informed decision would be we can take some long trades intraday, and if they turn into scalp or if they turn into swings into next week, just manage your risk. Okay, smaller positions, and then you can always add. We want the meat of the move. Okay, Tesla, yep, flagging nicely here. XLF through VWAP. Okay, FAS. All right, nice. Not as liquid now as I like to see it on the FAS, but that's okay. So yeah, and so like I said, just make an informed decision with the information you have at hand. Okay, and if it's wrong, it's wrong. But once you make that decision with what you're looking at, what is happening in the moment in real time, and if you make the wrong decision, then you learn from it. But if you don't use all the other extraneous stuff out there and look at actually what is going on, then usually you can make a pretty decent decision. And then when you manage your risk, it's kind of out of your hands and you just let it go. Matt, totally agree. Yeah, so that's what I was saying about that 60-minute, RSI, stochastics. It's not an absolute, um, but I said the risk was I wouldn't be shorting here um, because the risk was to the upside. All right, um, and then we started to see this base, this stop, and then now you're kind of seeing move back up. Whoops. So that's nice. Previous day low overhead. IWM's going to test it. SPY, nice. Previous day low overhead. QQQ coming up nicely. So we got this previous pivot 282.50. Nice. Okay. So we'll see what happens at these previous day lows. Still early in the day for this big move up, but excellent. Now all we need to see is some high ticks come in. That would be the icing on the cake. So, oh man, if this, dang it, should have added at 19, guys and gals. I said I was going to add at 19. Whew. Nice move. So SPY is still down 1%. IWM is almost back to green, and Qs are still down 1.9. So, oh, WKHS gone. That was excellent, man. We nailed that trade. Good job. Adding above 19. Wish I would have added above 19. Oh well. SPY, good, moving up. VIX coming down. IWM moving up. Qs, need to take that pivot out. Beautiful. DIA moving up. Excellent. Oh, nice. Yeah. Okay. Well, everything's lining up from... Oh, you did, Corey? Let me know how you do that. I have not looked that up yet. Okay. Is it over here somewhere? Alerts. Market summary. I know it's around here somewhere. Oh man, SPY is pushing now. Toggle sync mode. Yeah, let me know. Nice crosshairs there. I like that too. So previous day lows overhead for SPY and IWM. QQQ coming up to the previous pivot high here. Yeah, let me know how you save that. It's the save button by like I click that. So it's save watch list. So you just name it like huh. Well, see, this is what I'm wondering is because it's only one of them's only highlighted, so it's just going to save the DIA, or do I have to click off that? Do I have to save the whole thing? Yeah, see, that one's highlighted. So if I click save, though, is it going to save all of them? Okay, so I'll do 6 chart grid. Okay, awesome, cool, thanks. VIX coming on down. Oh, kaboom. Excellent, excellent. Great job, everyone. Great job. So we can see on our candle glance kind of what happened here. Compressed, 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 push up through, okay? And then our 60-minute charts. Wow, it's going to push farther than what anybody anticipates. So this is, this is again what happens. We're going to probably push farther, higher, farther than anybody anticipates. Whoa, big 60-minute candle. Wow. Okay, so that worked out. Broke that downtrend line. Excellent. Okay, so we flagged and broke that downtrend line. So now we're at previous day lows. DIA is running. Qs took out the pivots. Nice. Okay. Wow, we're back above the 20. 20E on the SPY. Nice. Yeah, back above the 20. Holy cow. Nice. That's good. Good, good, good. Okay, so we'll see how we close now. Okay, so that's basically what we're going to have to watch. So IWM, previous day low. Amazon, to just run. Just run. Not yet. Microsoft got a Jedi contract. Nice push there. Okay. So VIX continues to come down. So now VIX is getting in the low of the day area. Okay. So that was nice. So we watched this box here, this retest on the VIX. Came down. Qs are taking out that pivot. SPY, nice. Okay, so SPY is back above previous day low where we broke down. And now we're getting into this consolidation area from yesterday where we kind of opened up. All right, so that's what I said on the ES. Was there wasn't a lot of supply overhead if we could get through there. Oh, look at this ES chart. Oh, that is fantastic. So we had that flag breakdown, and then now we're back up here to where I was watching. All right. Gee, whew, that thing just rocketed. Okay, so ES is we're retesting that breakdown on the ES, so that's going to be an important area to watch moving into next week. All right, that's beautiful. Okay, so that's what that's what you need to watch on the ES going into next week is this area right here. So we're pushing up into it. Oh man, send that. Sorry about that. Excellent. Okay, so this is our breakdown area. All right, that we had. Going to be a retest of that. If we get, so 3,400 was my line in the sand. Okay, and we're back above 3,400, and we had these wicks that I was telling you guys about, and we continue to have these wicks that were higher lows. All right, higher lows. So these candles, like I said, didn't invade into the other candle. Okay, so that gave me a little more conviction, like I was discussing on the upside. And then now we need to get through this here. Is this a reversal? I don't know, but it's looking pretty darn good so far. Tesla just rocking. Ooh, IWM and SPY just rock. So somebody just flipped the switch. Yeah, these are definitely buy programs coming in across the board. VIX dropping some more. Excellent. Good price movement. All that panicking is working out great, I tell you. Anton. We didn't panic, did we? Huh? I mean, we worked through this, everybody. I mean, this was great. Ah, tick cumulative is positive. Beautiful. Um, I hope I helped. I seriously hope I helped. um, I mean, yesterday was just, I mean, it was, pretty decent pullback, brutal. Um, is it the low? I don't know. I have no idea. But when you don't lose your head and you watch price action, you watch leading stocks, I just, I kept saying this is a pullback in a long-term uptrend. Again, we could still break and we could go lower. I have no idea. But 50-day tests are normal. I hate to say it. 50-day tests are normal, even though they don't feel good at the time. That's the problem. They don't feel good at the time. But that's when I entered Amazon and all those other stocks at the lows in March and April, when it did not feel good. It absolutely did not feel good. But the price was saying something different. It didn't go lower. So, and again, I'm not saying throw everything long here. Just incrementally enter your trades and tier in. But yeah, I tried to keep, if you keep your head and yeah, Corey, it's over 21E. If you keep your head and don't get stoked by the fear, that when fear comes in, that's when you don't execute. Okay, that's when you do not execute. All right, so that's what I tried to keep going on Thursday. I was like, this is a normal pullback. This is a normal pullback. I know everybody probably didn't believe me, but it was a normal pullback. I hate to say it, it's a 12% pullback, but we ran 70%. I just keep pounding that into everybody's heads. So here's what happened now is I think people were offsides short. So now we're getting this huge flush to the upside, okay? So all these shorts are trying to cover because they anticipated that we were going to go down farther. But wow. Yeah, I didn't anticipate this big a move, but you never do because the market always gets what it wants and outsmarts everybody else. Okay, so but we navigated it. We navigated it very well with price action, um, logical thinking. Um, you know, again, but it's running into 3 o'clock, so just don't go crazy here. Run up and pull back even to VWAP as possible. All right, we do have nice volume coming in though, so anybody that took a long, they could easily try to shake people out, but um, Jimmy J panicked a little. Let me tell you, it was hard yesterday. I'm not gonna say it was easy. It was very hard because you know stocks are pulling back big time. The big boys just keep pulling back, but they do though. That's what happens in the pullback. It's 8 to 10 days up, and then 1 to 2 days you get the pullback. Um, and like I said over and over, is we got a 5 to 7 year cycle in roughly 3 to 4 months. So now we might have just got a 2 week cycle in 2 days. Um, yeah, I totally agree, Anton. Totally agree with that. He said, we could retest Tuesday. Absolutely, they could just shake everybody out. Um, on a retest. So that's what I'm saying is if you're buying right here as this thing is crazy running up to the upside and then we pull back a little bit, you're gonna get scared out. So that's why if you're in from lower, then fine. Just move your stop a little bit or take a profit and keep a nice position size. But this is a quick run to the upside, and we're only at 3 o'clock, so we could definitely pull back in towards the end of the day. So stock beep, stockbeep.com. Okay, right here. Yep, stockbeep.com. Let me pull that over for you. That's the address, stockbeep. And then you can sort by RVOL if you want, but I sort by market cap. I think that's the best way, just because if you sort by RVOL, you'll get some outsized moves, or sorry, you get some junky stocks. Okay, so if you want the big boys, you want to see what they're doing. Um, that's kind of how I would sort. Okay. All right. Well, we'll see. Now, really, it's all about the close and where we close at. Okay. So hopefully, okay. So ES has tested that area that I was looking at. Okay, so tick cumulative is coming up nicely there. Good. Corey sent me tick cumulative chart here. Whoops. There we go. So coming back up above the 0 line, which is good. So that's confirming our up move. Because if tick cumulative was still staying negative, that would not be confirming our up move. So you want to see the tick come up. Okay. So breath's improved substantially, which is great. Really, we just need to make sure we see, some high ticks hopefully come in, and this kind of stay above the 0 line. Okay, which means they're, buying more than they're selling. So that's kind of what we want to see. Thanks, Corey. Thanks for helping me out. I was gonna load my toss today, but I was scared I might have had to turn on the nuclear generators to get it loaded because I've got so many things open and running. So holding above this previous day low or just hanging out here would definitely be ideal towards the end of the day. Yeah, VIX continues to drop. Excellent. Beautiful. Yep. Okay. Pretty happy with that upside reversal there. Now we'll see if we can hold the gains into the end of the day. Okay, so SPY went green? What? IWM's green, Q's are green. Wow. Okay, so um, a couple people were asking me about reversals today, what you want to look for. I mean, this is definitely a reversal to green now. It depends on where we close. But we went from, what, 3% down, almost back to green? Well, back up into here, so that's a pretty good jump. All right, so we'll see how we act here. Even a pullback and pull back below the previous day low, so we'll see. At the top of the page, let me see what you're talking about. Up on high relative volume. It's like the fourth one down, I think. And then I sort by market cap, and then I just look to see the big boys and see. So JPM's got 2.1 ARV all today, so definitely getting some flow in that. So that's what I look at. But yeah, as soon as you open the page or these, it's unusual volume stocks today. So up on high relative volume. Yeah, I bet Amazon's got a crazy wick, doesn't it? Crazy wick at the 50-day. Yeah, no, up on relative volume. I mean, you can do the gap ups and breakouts if you want to flip through, but just the relative volume is what I look at. That's weird. Huh. Actually, volume coming in to confirm here for now, so that's good. On the SPY 30 minute, imbalance to the buy side early on. Okay. So we broke above that 341.60, which is kind of what I wanted to see, and now we're back up into this area overhead. So we'll run into supply overhead up in this 345, 346 area, kind of where we broke down from, in this kind of downtrending line. So that's going to be the first place that we would look for a reaction and possible possible kind of sideways, movement there. So trying to set up VWAP here. Daily VWAP is only for the cash session. Daily VWAP is only for the cash session. On stock charts, I think it's only for the cash section, I believe. I'd have to check on that, Fran. I'm not sure, but I believe it's only for the cash. And then, yeah, it's only for the cash. So then what happens is when it opens the next day, it starts with the first day, or the open of the next day. So then it'll come down and reset it. Okay, pretty decent so far. Kind of what we were looking at: extended divergence to the downside, stretched. But now we just need to see this kind of hold above this area here on the 60-minute, and then move into this kind of 346, 347, 349 overhead, maybe into next week. So that would be the ideal scenario. VIX continues to come down. That's helping. Amazon, Tesla. Yeah, Tesla, is it just ripping to the upside? Beautiful. Yep. Excellent. Okay. Anton, I'm going to say Shaggy. It wasn't me. That Amazon wig. Man, they're still trying to push this thing to the upside. They're flagging here, so beautiful. Gosh, that's just pretty awesome. It's pretty awesome whenever everything just kind of lines up. So we started to see, it was funny because we started building these boxes down here in this lower range. And I said, if we get up here, we're fine. We get up here, we're fine. And then this compression. I mean, we were talking about this right here, this compression. I said, the market's compressing right here in the room there. And it's just, you get that compression and then you just get this expansion. And it's a good one to watch for on the daily chart. IBD teaches this. A lot of people teach this. You don't need a Bollinger Band, or a TTM squeeze to look at this. You just know this is tight. One of the best IBD patterns is actually 3 weeks tight, closing tight. So you get that compression and then you get the expansion, and we're getting the expansion now. Wow, look at these. Look at these wicks here. I mean, Apple, that is awesome. Um, yeah, I know. I would have definitely been punching the buttons like crazy, man. I would have been trading like crazy. Um, Amazon, yeah, it's a 50-day hold. I mean, we could definitely come back down and test this, but pretty good so far. Facebook held. JPM, nice volume. So Microsoft held the 50. I mean, this is what you want to see in the leaders. Okay, if the trend is going to stay intact, they have to hold the 50-day. Okay, which hasn't been tested since the beginning of August, and we really didn't even test it then. The 50-day hadn't came up there, but this is a test. I mean, that is definitely a test of the 50-day so far. Nvidia, I mean, that's the 21, not even the 50. Big volume. So you want to see a reversal on big volume, and you want to see this finish in the upper half to upper 3/4 of the candle. Okay, that's what you need to see. Tesla, yeah, it's a big reversal there, just at the 21E. So good. Yep, and we need to see those close in the upper. Now, even next week you could even get some pullback candles that are in the middle of these candles. That's fine, but this is what you want to see. Look at this volume on Apple. I mean, this is just massive. I mean, that engulfed yesterday and the day before. Okay, I mean that completely engulfed the previous 2 selling days on price and volume. Okay, I mean that is not Retail Joe or Robin Hooders jumping in. That is institutions. They can't, retail traders can't put that much volume in. That's great. Okay, so we got the move, and then let's see what happens. So ES tested that overhead area, and now we're above it. So above that area on the ES. So this is the area we need to watch going into next week on the ES when old cousin Vinny gets back. There we go. Sorry, that's why I couldn't get that. Everybody see that? Okay. So watch this area going into next week. This will be an important area to hold. And then the overhead 3483 would be the next area we'd look at. Okay. So yeah, I mean we overshot. 3400 is what I was watching to get back above and hold. That was the daily level, and we definitely did that today. So I definitely have some conviction that this can hold up here, even if we come back down and test and then move back up. But into this overhead price consolidation area for now. Wow, look at that. Hmm. So we're almost getting a dragonfly kind of doji almost on the daily, which is could be a lot of people say dragonfly doji is indecision, but those occur a lot of times at 2 to 3 up here. Um, but holding this that huge wick down definitely gives you an area to trade against. So what I want people to take away from my days. Let's give my decipher. All right. What I want people to take away from my 2 days, kind of being at the helm and helping everybody out, is um, be calm, trade price, have a plan. When the pullback comes and there's fear all around you, just look at what is going on in the market at the time. Okay, what is um, what is happening right now with the information you have at hand, okay? And make your decision with that and stick with it, all right? And if you're wrong, you're wrong. You'll know sooner than later. And if you manage your risk correctly, then you'll be stopped out and you'll be in cash and you'll be able to make a better informed decision. And it's always better to be in cash or not underwater in a bunch of trades when you're trying to make a decision about should I get in, should I get out, all right? Because you just have that hanging over your head because um, you're losing money, and it's hard to make a true binary decision when you're have that kind of in your mind. All right, so hopefully that helps. Kind of about what I want people to take away. Yeah, this flag here on SPY, I wouldn't be surprised if we just kind of break down back towards this previous day low here. Um, just just kind of ran out of oomph here, but the VIX keeps dropping, so we'll see. Okay. Okay. So we might be getting a little exhausted to the upside. Not sure, but we've pushed a huge amount. So VIX dropping nicely though and down there. So if VIX continues to stay down, then we'll be happy going into the end of the day. Mm, well, maybe CV will be happy when he gets back. we at least pushed it back to the upside a little bit for him, so hopefully he'll be a little happy. uh, yeah, the VIX dropping definitely is helping. Yeah, the tick cumulative coming in, decent volume. Okay, so crossing back up. Good. Yep. Okay, so NYMO's back to 7. Yeah, we were what, negative 80, I think, on NYMO at one time. So, yeah. I mean, I was just, yeah. I mean, and that's kind of why I went early on lunch. I'm going to say this again, but we were coming into major areas on the big boy stocks, okay, the leaders. And if you watch the leaders, if your watch list is leading stocks, the leading stocks go, so go the market. Okay, so the leading stocks actually started flattening out first, and that Amazon rebound at the 50 MA was huge. I mean, that was huge. Like that was the first stake planted. That the line might hold a little bit here, and maybe kind of stop the bleeding. So basically, what we've done, we've stopped the bleeding. We've had some upside reversals, held previous areas. Looks like some volume came in. And, like I said, the leading stocks will move and start to turn around before the indexes do. And that's what I was watching on the watch list. The leading stocks started turning around. Okay. And some stocks were still green, and not pulling back. So, if this was a wholesale throw the baby out with the bathwater, I would have expected every stock, including all the DIAs, all the financials, and everything, just to get lambasted. Lunch is not an investing strategy. I would have expected all those to get lambasted, but as I said last night, is I looked at the mid caps, and those were actually, there was a ton of them that were green. Um, a lot of the large caps were still green. A lot of the small cap values were still green. Okay, so those are the core basics of the American economy. Okay, those are our blue collar jobs, and those were all still green. So it was hard for me to completely think that we were going to crash to lows when those are still green. Now, if I would have looked at those last night and those were crazy red, then I would have changed my character and changed my thought. And if the techs would have broke the 50 MA, I would have totally changed my thought process on that. But a lot of people have not been involved in this huge move. I'm just going to say that again. A lot of hedge funds have been off sides on this huge move, so they're just waiting for an opportunity to get in a lot of these high growth tech stocks that they haven't been in. And they have to get that fourth quarter run, for the end of the year to put that on the books. So they've been waiting for value, waiting for blue light specials in Amazon and Tesla and Apple, and I think some of them got it today. And whether they get a little more blue light special going into next week and maybe the end of September, possibly. But I just, and then the other thing was nothing changed outside the market. It wasn't like the COVID cases and I'm not talking about news because I don't like listening to all the news, but because they stoke fear. Um, but nothing really changed outside of the market, right? I mean, nothing. We didn't have a nuke fly over from Russia. We didn't have China throw something at us or Japan. Nothing really changed. The only thing that changed was selling came into the market. Okay, so that's kind of what I look at now. February, March, something changed. We had the coronavirus coming, so that was kind of a legit reason for them to sell. But I was looking for some reasons why they were going to sell this, and the only thing I could find was this, you know, we were probably stretched over our skis and everything was overvalued, and we probably just needed to mean revert a little bit. That's the only thing I really could find. Yeah, you can do the whys. Um, I don't know. There's tons of whys on CNBC last night. But when the semiconductors are still holding up really well. ON, um, SMH. I mean, SMH had a huge pullback, but ON's breaking out today. I mean, look at that. I mean, it's crazy. It's up 7% today. Um, that does not seem bearish to me at all. Okay, so I think we're gonna get some AMD nice wick there. So I think we're gonna get some value in some of these um, semiconductor names. All right, I know INTC pulled back nicely on lower volume, so we'll see. But I think we're gonna get some good bargains moving forward. So again, we've ran up above the previous day low. VIX has dropped off. So we're kind of forming a flag here. A breakdown of a flag and some crazy whoosh back down here. The VWAP is not uncommon, guys, on these huge back and forth moves. So I don't want anybody just to go all crazy here. I would like to push this and finish green and a little bit higher, but we're coming in 315, so that may not happen. So been a fun 2 days, boys and girls. Fun 2 days. Again, I don't know how CV does it. Okay, so Swing Trader, I'll just share this with you guys. Okay, Swing Trader added ON, Target, and ARCW. Um, on the IBD Swing Trader. Okay, so those are what they've added today. So they obviously have some conviction to the upside, or they would not be adding where they're adding. They're adding full positions on all those. Okay, so that gives me a little more conviction. 21, 50, and 200, David. Listen, I got to be the Anton, I got to be the tempered, neutral person here. I'm Switzerland at the moment, okay? Yes, they added SSO also. Sorry, yep. Yeah, they added SSO earlier on the upside reversal. So that was awesome. Um, I forgot about that. Thanks. Yeah, David. I mean, so then on the 60-minute chart, I use a 40 and a 130. Okay, so the 40 corresponds with the 20/21 on the daily, um, and sorry, let me think here. Sorry, the 130 corresponds with the 20 or 21 on the daily, and the 40 basically is around the 9 roughly. Okay, so then on the 60-minute chart, I can see what's going on in the daily chart. So Vanter. Sometimes I doubt whether Heartpumper ever short. I do Vanter. I do. Okay. I would have shorted yesterday, but I was trying to help everybody out, and we laid it out perfectly. So yeah, Switzerland. You guys are killing me. Yeah, I definitely would have shorted yesterday because that was textbook breakdown um, from flags. So and even today, that was textbook breakdown. So just kind of how price action was working. So Frank, man, you have to tune them out. I'm telling you, you have to tune them out. I mean, so let's just talk about that, Frank. It's very simple, okay? That like first you have to break the 21, then you have to break the 50, okay? And then you have to move on down, all right? A lot of people even use the 100, the 150, or even close to the 200, okay? But you have to break those levels first, okay? These are long averages that everybody knows, and they're almost self-fulfilling. Okay, I don't like to use them as absolutes, but it's an area where institutions buy. We know that from I don't know how many years, where they add to positions or initiate positions. So you have to watch them. Okay, I mean, do they work? Uh, you know, um, is there price reaction there? Yes, we got our price reaction there. Are they going to hold? I don't know. We'll see from there. But all we can do is look at the information we have at hand. I mean, VIX continues to fall, so that tells me that fear is coming out of the market. I mean, that's all I can tell you. That's that's it. That's simple. That fear is backing off now, and people, it's about fear and greed. Fear goes up, and then greed goes up. You know, so yeah, AOIs were, areas of interest are great. That's why I say use areas, guys. Don't use absolutes because we overshoot. Okay, the ES was perfect. We overshot. You know, yesterday I was saying 3,400. I was like, I want 3,400. Well, we got 3,400. Um, sorry, and then we really overshot that, but we had a huge wick down. Okay, but then I posted this out. I'm like, it's a higher low wick. I mean, that's crazy. If this was going to break down, you would have wanted to see price finish down around here. It didn't. All right, and then it held the previous candle, and then it held the next previous candle. So you build. So it's a story, man. You start at the front of the book, okay, and then you build on that. Okay, so you read um, the forward of the book, all right, and then you just keep building on that, all right. And if any time these fail, then you change your mindset. That's it. Okay, so that's what I started doing. I'm like, okay, this is holding. High or low, same thing on the SPY 60 minute, and then I just started building my conviction. That's why I was like, guys, I mean, I think this looks okay. We're holding. The 5 minute, we laid that out. I mean, it's perfect. Look at this. Okay. Sorry, I got to drag this over. You guys can't see what I'm seeing. But we built, I said, okay, this looks like an H pattern. If we're going to fall through low, we're going to fall through. If not, we're building this trend line and we have to hold this trend line. What happened? We busted through, came back and back tested, held this trend line, and then I had this downtrend line. This is kind of when we went to lunch, wasn't it? Can't remember, somewhere around in here what the time was. But I said, okay, we're going to back test this. Watch this downtrend line, and then we went sideways. This is your compression, and then we got our expansion. I mean, the futures are not done yet. Oh my gosh, this is crazy. But I just started building my thesis, and that's what I said last night in the room. I said that I looked over charts last night, and I started building my thesis for today. All right, and I was like, okay, this doesn't look as bad as what everybody anticipated. 12 to 13% is bad, but it just wasn't bad across the board. All right, and that was my conviction. It just wasn't as bad as what I thought it should be, for the market to come down and test the February lows like Mondo told us they should. uh, I just was thinking, I'm like, this is just doesn't look as bad as everybody's portraying at the moment. And it was the same thing in March and April, guys. It looked bad, but it didn't look as bad as what everybody was portraying. People were portraying the end of the market. Like, I mean, they were portraying, um, a Great Depression. I mean, and now unemployment's back at 8% today. Okay, I mean, and it'll probably be what, 5 on the next report. So again, so if you wanted to use why is this rallying today? It's a reaction to the news, okay? You know, if you wanted to say that, it's not the news, it's what everybody's feeling, okay? And right now, everybody's feeling that things aren't so bad. So they're like, okay, I feel okay to maybe buy, or you know, um, at least hold the long-term line um, for um, for positions, okay? So gold's down 2% on the week. I saw that headline. Okay, so that would lead me to think that, you know, people are not buying, um, you know, safety, right? I mean, you know, they're okay not buying safety. Just tell me what to buy. Yeah. Okay. Good. And this has been. I mean, it's been a heck of a reversal, guys. I mean, really, and gals. So I appreciate everybody kind of just bearing with me. It's been a fun ride. I do. Yes, I do. This is way worse than my job, guys. I mean, I'm telling you right now. You guys think that OR is uh, high stress. This is way worse. People have more heart attacks trading than they do doing anything else. I'm just throwing that out there. Man, Frank, I know. I was just glad we could do it in real time, though. We weren't doing it in hindsight. You know what I'm saying? We were problem solving, and that's what I want traders to do is problem solve. You know, I mean, and that's what you have to do. Pilots do it. Anybody does it. Okay, they look at the information they have. If there's a problem, you know, with the plane, they problem solve. Okay, so if there was a problem with the market, there's a problem with your trading. If there's a problem with your account, you know, you problem solve. You know, what do I need to fix? Um, you know, and sometimes you need somebody from the outside to say, hey, this doesn't look right. All right, you might be doing this wrong. You know, so that's why I like helping people. You know, I like to give them the opportunity to fix it themselves. You know, throw that education out there and say, hey, you know, um, this doesn't look right. Maybe you want to fix it. You know, so but anyway, again, we can't say this is the bottom. All right, I don't want everybody to do that, but you know, we definitely have had a nice upside reversal. But just you know, don't go crazy. Okay, just keep ourselves in check and keep our expectations tempered because we have had a big move down. So it's a record, right? We can all say there's been records. It's a record drop when HP was broadcasting. Uh, yeah, so next time I come back, everybody's going to run for the hills. Uh, as soon as CV puts it out there, the HP is going to do a broadcast. Everybody's going to just sell everything, close their accounts. Uh, uh, yeah, that'll be fun. Awesome, guys. It's been fun, though. I mean, I appreciate it. So for me, I'd like to see us just finish above the previous day low. Okay, and VIX continues to come down, so that would be that would be fine for me, even if we just went sideways the rest of the day here. Um, and we don't have to finish green. You know, it's kind of a psychological thought to finish green. Um, yeah, because we're just kind of jumping back and forth. Did CV know? He probably did. He ran away. David, I was in his room for a while, man. Yeah, I was. Um, I don't know if you've been in his room or not, but and I'm not going to say anything about it, but there was less trading and more rock starring going on, so I'll just leave it at that. And I prefer more education and less rock starring. Okay, um, if that makes sense. So again, if we finish green, that would be great. Okay, that'd just be icing on the cake. But finishing above VWAP and above previous day lows, with upside reversals and VIX finishing at the lows. Oh, David. Yeah, it is entertainment, man. I know. It's just his trading style is just he buys downtrends. He buys the bottom channel. Yeah, he buys bottom channels of downtrends, and it's usually junk stocks. So, and if anybody's listening that's in DTRS, we'd be happy to have you at TCP, theclosingprint.com, and we can maybe talk through some real trading and some real education. So, VIX continuing to come down, SPY continuing up. So, this is looking good. Okay, I'm going to grab a drink, guys. ES continues to push, so don't break anything. All right, let's close out the day here. I'm gonna pull over sector review, flip through those real quick. So XLF kind of standing out like a sore thumb. XLI and XLB holding up very well, and then Qs and XLK. But these were down significantly today, so those pulling back up help in XLV. So this would be my top three looking into next week. I drill down on those significantly in the weekend. XLF, XLI, and XLB. And then I would take the top 25 or 50 weighted in those ETFs and check their charts and see kind of what the setups look like and make yourself a trade plan for the weekend. So we're seeing profit taking as I just posted in the room anticipated. You know, quick run up, so you'll see some day traders take some profits into these overhead areas. So we'll kind of see how that finishes out the rest of the day. I will be off here in just a few minutes. My son's got a trombone lesson online at 4, so I'm going to turn off the broadcast early so I can get that set up for him. But again, I thank everybody for hanging with me for the past 2 days so CV could get some stuff done. I'm pretty sure he'll be back on by Monday. I know he's taking care of house stuff there in Jersey and getting that all kind of buttoned up. So hopefully he'll be able to be back on Monday and get everybody back on track and all that stuff. So GDX, yeah, let's look at it. It's down. I saw the headline is down 2%, right? Um, so definitely not a flight back into safety. The dollar probably is coming in. Oh, whoops. Don't want to see that, do you? There we go. Holding the 50-day for now. I'm not really a big gold trader. I would rather trade the stocks. So you'd rather trade FNV or KL. Oh, Tuesday. Yes, thank you. Monday's a holiday. I forgot. Yeah, he's got an extra day off. So he actually may. Um, I'm not sure. He actually may be in South Carolina by then. So I'd rather trade FNV or KL or some of the other stocks that are in the sector. That cause they all look the same here, but these have a little more beta. So if gold goes up, these can go up a little bit more than what GDX does. So, but I'm just not a big gold trader. I don't trade a lot of commodities. I'm a growth trader, and I will trade some value stocks. Also, I have a value portfolio, a divvy portfolio, but then I like the growth stocks. That's kind of my bread and butter, just because you can have significant outperformance on your portfolio in a short amount of time. So you can double and triple your portfolio really quickly if you're in just some of the better growth stocks, as we've seen, Fastly and LVGO, Dexcom, Shop, all those. Workhorse may be one of those. So that's why I got back in today on that. I was in, had some profit, didn't take enough profit when I should, then got stopped out again on the rest of it. Apps is another one I like. Again, these are just high growth names that have exceptional EPS and then can give you some outperformance without having to buy Apple and Tesla and other things, which are great, and I own all those. But there's a few other names that you can trade. So you can see what's happening here. We had this move up, quick move run. Yeah, no problem. Quick move up, and then you see this volume come in. These day traders taking profits just above the previous day low and into these overhead areas. Okay, so this is just kind of what we anticipated. Um, if anybody's micro scalping or scalping, that's pretty much what they did. So you see the Qs there, just pulling back to this lower 20E. So VIX, tried to pop a little bit here, just with profits, but we'll see how it goes into the close. So in about 4 or 5 minutes more, I'm gonna turn this off. So yeah, let's look at RKT. Yeah, let's look at that rocket. That's a new IPO, and I wasn't involved in that thing. It's been great. Cup and handle was beautiful on that daily, and then that breakout. So that was a good move. Let's look at the 60 minute here, okay? Let's see. So 20s down below is a pretty good previous price area, and then 26 is overhead. So that's kind of what I would look at here if you're looking to trade this. This is kind of building a nice flag triangle here, but a breakdown probably would bring in the 20 level, which would probably provide a good opportunity. Which I think, yeah, that's pretty much where it took off from before, and then formed this little cup, and then another breakout. So, but on a 60-minute, time frame, sorry, needs to get over this 25 first. So, yeah, man, I think I'm just gonna relax all weekend. This has been stressful enough. So, I'll leave this on just for a couple more minutes here. So, bouncing to the previous day low, which is kind of what kind of anticipated. CVAC, I haven't heard of that one before. Let's look at that one. CVAC. Newer IPO. Interesting. Okay. Not really sure what they do. Price going sideways and compressing. Nice volume over here. 1.5 volume. Not bad. Yeah. Let's see what it looks like on the 60. So it was trend down. So trying to change trend here. Not one I would probably want. Not one I would trade right away for me. I like to have a little more information on them, a little more price action, like Nary and a few other ones. But it looks okay. I don't know what they do though, so I'd have to find out what they do. I need to know what they do. If it's just a fly-by-night kind of biotech that's waiting on FDA approval to move up, or if they actually have a disrupting technology that institutions are going to be interested in. And if they have disrupting technology that institutions want, then I would look to get involved in it. Okay. High tick alerts. Interesting. Yeah, so as we go into the close here, I'm not really going to anticipate anything crazy. Even pull back below previous day low here, just to shake people out and scare them into the close is definitely possible. But as long as we don't see this VIX just rocket up, I think we'll be okay into the close. But we're seeing profit taking, which you anticipate for day traders. All right. But we'll see what happens after hours. Also, a lot of times on Friday they'll continue running it up if we've got a huge reversal sometimes. So, but yeah. Okay. Yep, no problem. All right, thanks everybody. I'm going to go ahead and shut it off here. We got 10 minutes to the close. Just watching the room. For any more comments, it's been fun, and we'll see you next week in the room.